The moderator for this topic is Shri Alberto Colasso, former General Secretary of the All India Football Federation. The panelists are Dr. Anthony Lobo, member of the Kalangut Association, Shri John C. Fernandez, President of Garden Angel Sports Club, Kutsore, Shri Agnel C. Fernandez, Goa Velia Sports Club, Shubhat Furtado, Naveli Sporting and Salset Foot Club. I request Mr. Colasso to kindly invite his panelists to the dais.
Hello, hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending this session. We have had two sessions with the heavyweights of Goan football. In this session, I am the only heavyweight, not in football, but in weight and volume. My topic is amateur football. And in amateur football, I was involved from my early days. Everyone focuses on the Premier League, the big leagues in the world, the national teams. But right at the bottom of the football pyramid is school football and amateur club football. Of the clubs and players registered worldwide, 98% of players registered in the world with all the federations and clubs are amateur. More than 95% of clubs itself are amateur. Take the example of Goa. We have 200 clubs, more than 200 clubs registered with the Goa Football Association. The professional league in Goa has 14 clubs. Of this, not even 5 are fully professional. I remember many years back, a very good friend of mine who was a very good footballer, coach and administrator, Mr. Enrique Brito, told me that players in Goa come up by accident, not by any system. I told him that this was wrong. The players come up because of the efforts of the amateur clubs, the village clubs, the schools, who provide them training and a platform to be seen by the major clubs and to develop as players. In the last sessions we have had, especially the coaching session, there was development versus winning. Development was what our clubs used to do. Very rudimentary grounds, very poor facilities, but every day, after one football, there would be 40 children running. Facilities have improved. Availability of equipment has improved. But sometimes you see a ground with 20 footballs and only 5 people playing. The role of amateur football has been many times not appreciated by either the powers that be or given the due recognition by everyone. Now, even in the second session, we had a mention about attendances. Compare the attendances for league matches with the attendance for village matches. Why? In village matches, there is a connect between the promoters, the players, and the villages. There is a connect which is missing at the higher level. But I am not here to discuss this. I am here to find out what are the difficulties that the amateur clubs face. Today, All India Football Federation and GFA have got something called licensing policies. I run a small club. I know how difficult it is to fulfill the licensing criteria. It is really difficult because most of the people are amateur. Many of them cannot handle a computer. They say, you registered in CRS. I don't have a computer. Most of the clubs in the village don't have a computer. How are they going to register CRS where you have to fill up 50, take out 50 scans? This is putting pressure and a burden, not only in administration, but also finances. In our panel today, I have Agnel G. Fernandes, with whom I have been associated in football for the last 60 years, 50 years or 60 years. Agnel has been a player, a referee, a coach at both the club and village level. I'm sure his insights will be very precious to us. Then I have Schubert, whom I have known also for a long time. A very influential member of GFA, involved with 2 of his village clubs, Navili and Eufermus, a vice president in the same club which I am, Southside Football Club. He also has experienced football at various levels. Dr. Anthony Loeb is the only person whom I do not know. He has come from Kalangut Association. He's got a brilliant academic record. He's a doctor in physical education, was a headmaster at St. Joseph's School, and is very much now involved in his village club, Kalangut Association. Then I have John C. Fernandes from Guardian Angel Sports Club. Guardian Angel has been through all the phases of Goan football. Today they are playing in the Premier League, in the Goa's Professional League. Before that, they played at a lower level, and they have been in the Professional League, the Goa Top Division League, in the year 81, 82. They have produced players like Lecter and Ashok Patte, and they continue doing this great service to football. My question is common to Agnel, Schubert, and John C. Maybe a little different to Dr. Lobo. I start with Agnel. Agnel, what is the difference between the present football? What are the challenges you face now compared to what was in the past?
Thank you so much, Mr. Albert. For clubs like ours, which do not have a lot of financial support, it's very difficult to run. Unless you have somebody in the village who will sponsor most of the things. We ourselves, we depend a lot of people who are from the UK. Most of our villagers are in the UK. You will find in the whole village houses closed down or occupied by migrants as caretakers. I remember earlier years when I used to have competition with Mr. Albert. We used to run Salsit and I used to run Vasco. And we would attract the players, not with money, but with the promise that we will give you a good future. And we have done that, Mr. Albert, no? A lot of players who came to play, not thinking of the money matters, but only for a chance to expose themselves. Today I find it very difficult. Even the village boys want money. It becomes a real difficult problem to raise the funds to fund them. There are some clubs who are sponsored by generous people. We thank them, and we hope in the future also that for a major club like ours to run successfully, we will need sponsors. And it's mostly from the villages ourselves, from our own villages. Thank you.
Agnel, just one additional question. In your village, you have got a typical situation. You don't have a ground. Your ground is 6 months paddy field, 6 months football ground. What can be done in overcoming this?
I beg your pardon, please.
Your football ground.
Football ground.
You don't have a football ground in.
It's a very sad story. Many, many years back, I myself, with our president, with the former MLA, Mr. Silvera, we would go again and again to the sports authority. The ground was sanctioned, everything was done. And somebody from our own village, Dandomallo, goes on and on and on. Till today, the ground is there, ground is acquired, work had started, work was stopped. One simple thing was the size of the ground, which we had gone and assured from SAG that we'll get it. But there were other people who were ready for anything. The problem is, today I think, with politics, I don't know whether you need money or what, But when it is their will, they will do it. If it's not their will, they will not do it. That is how Goa ground is left there.
Thank you, Agna. Next question for John C. John C. is the president of Guardian Angel Sports Club. His club in the last few years has been playing in the Goa Pro League. Before that, they have played at all levels. They had a fruitful association, and I think they still continues, with their school, the Guardian Angel School. They have got a ground called Figueredo Ground, which is, for those who played, is a very stony ground. But that did not prevent them from producing great players. John C., what are the problems you face in running this club? You can answer in Konkani. What are the problems you face in running this club, sustaining and keeping at this level?
Good afternoon, everyone. So I am facing the problem because of our mining project. That is the main problem in our Kuchoran constituency. So lacks of funds to be raised to develop a club or to keep sustaining the professional. It is very difficult now because of the mining project. And government should provide something for the clubs, like village clubs, professional clubs. They are not supporting GFA. And the infrastructure which is there in South Goa, the grounds are not maintained properly by the government. So government should maintain that ground properly. And I request government to provide 2 artificial turf ground in our South Goa, so we can practice in the rainy season. We are almost starting our professional season in August 15. So it is very difficult for us to train our players in a mud. So I request the government also to provide 2 artificial grounds in South Goa. The main problem is infrastructure. And the other problem is now inter-village football tournaments are growing and our professional leagues counts are going down. So we need a proper ground in South Goa so we can bring our fans to, we cannot bring our fans to Dulher. That is the main issue. So our home matches should be in South Goa. So we need a proper ground so we can bring our fans to our South Goa.
Thank you, Jyoti. Schubert. Schubert has developed the ground, so ground problem is not there. Navili also was very famous for producing a lot of footballers. Schubert, what are I'm not talking about infirms, especially Navili Sporting and Salsit. What are the problems faced and how we can overcome them?
Thanks, Albert. As far as the grounds are concerned, Navili is blessed by many grounds. That is with good turf and all, everything. But the difference between that football and now is a vast difference. First, Salset was a cradle of footballers, where we used to develop players, Salset, to develop players, and we used to send the players to the topmost teams, like Dampo, Salankar, Seza. I remember at a time, even 10, 12 players of our first 11 have gone for the first 8 to the top teams. That was the beauty at that level. Coming to the village, as far as Navali Sporting is concerned, and the village football, that time, in the previous panel, many people spoke about the crowd. I just want to mention a few things. That time, the love of the player was there where the village was concerned. Say at that time, when from Navili only, there were 19 to 22 players who were playing in the senior division team in that particular year, that season. And the crowd from Navili used to come to the grounds because that boy was from that ward. His family, his friends. That way, when you look at the stadium, you could see all the crowd from Navili, Chinchini, Sanzia, Diarel. These are the villages where the players used to come up. And the crowd also used to follow them. That you hardly see now. The development of players also has stopped a lot, like far as Naveli is concerned, Chinchini is concerned, Sansa Diarel is concerned. The reason is being they are no more interested in football, as most of the youth, as soon as they finish their college and all, they migrate to London or somewhere. And football is just kept aside. In the age group and all, they will play and come up. But finally, when they have to step to the professional club, they no longer are seen there. And that's the end of their football career. Although GFA is promoting everything, they are going with all the age group tournaments, having all the tournaments every year. We see the players just coming till at the age group of 18. Then after that, the players not seen. Fewer come up. I'll give you one example of how one player, Liston, he came up playing for Davol until the age. Then he went for Salongar. Today he's with the India team. He's one of the few stars that have risen up. And if the clubs also have to take some interest. The biggest problem is like coaching level. If your local club goes in far as coaching is concerned, if you don't have a village coach, or say a coach from your own ward, getting a coach from outside costs you something. Now, we have a ground. But when we call some players, like when we announce like we are having a selection, and we hardly see any players. Most of the migrant players are seen on the ground than our own players. I don't know what is the reason. We are players. And one biggest headache is the mobile. Mobile has destroyed the football career. And I wish these players should grow up like in future, and someday they will see the professional and the top layer of football.
Thank you, Shubert. This leads me to Dr. Anthony. That's why I left him as the last. He has been a headmaster in school. He is a doctor in physical education. He has been involved in Kalangut football, and now is a member of the committee of Kalangut Association. Dr. Lobo, what is the reason that boys today do not continue their football careers?
Well, football lovers, I'm representing Kalangut Association as a manager, and recently have joined, and I've got some few insights to share. First of all, our club promotes football in a very big way. The Kalangut Association was born out of love for football. Utrapelia and Kalangut Gymkhana merged, and 1974 Kalangut Association was born. From that time, there was no turning back. Bruno Coutinho is an example, icon. Aliru Lobo, who would have been in the panel, who could not come. That's why I had to make it. Alex Miranda, Yolanda, Susanna, all these are products of Kalangut. Come from amateur or non-professional background. They put in the efforts, their parents put in the efforts, the supporters helped them, and they played for Kalangut and for different clubs and for the country also. Now, if we face a number of real problems. First is financial crunch. We have to pay the players. When we started with inter-village tournaments and senior league, now we're in the professional pro league. Plus we are participating under 13, under 15 also, and women's also we have confirmed our participation. When it comes to the financial part, it's very difficult to sustain. The AGM will say, no, this budget is enough. Last year budget was so much, 50%, it is cut down to half. So we have to survive. You have to pay the players. And to add it to that, we have in the Pro League 5 to 6 players coming from other states. Where are our players? There was a time, Kalangut had plenty of players, but with the tourism boom, easy money, as Sir said, mobile, internet, and other distractions, players are not coming to the field. They are not attracted. Somehow we'll have to find some creative solutions to attract them. Secondly, school-going children. I was from St. Joseph Kalangut, worked for 36 years. We had good coaches, Agustin, Sebastian. As a teacher, I used to be involved in the coaching program on the ground with them. That was a plus point. You can't leave the coaches and just be aside. No. Your coaching program cannot succeed. All stakeholders have to play a role. The parents played their role, the management played their role, I played my role, coaches played their role, and we had results. Twice our team went to, Kalangut boys went to Suproto Cup, under 15, under 17. So that's the way how it is. But now there is pressure of studies, tuitions, menace, Kalangut drug menace. So we see less number of boys coming. Parents and teachers are putting pressure on the child. So there is, because of that, children are not coming. Somehow we are trying to find a solution to that. Maybe there's study pressure, have a program of thrice a week. Okay, 3 days you sit for study, 3 days you come for program. 3 days we can have for boys, 3 days we can have for girls. So somehow we are trying to find some creative solution so that the children come, children play. We want our children playing for Goa, for the country, and contribute in a very, very big way.
Thank you, Doctor. Just one more question. You have been associated with the schools.
Yes.
You have said just now that as a headmaster, you used to take up as to supervise the coaching and the coaches, the PT masters. Do you think that the PT masters and the headmasters or the headmistresses lack that passion and dedication today?
I think this is a very, very big drawback in Goa. Very big drawback in Goa. If our physical education teachers are committed, and if the heads of the schools are committed, results will follow. Basically, I'm a hockey player. It took for me 5 years to get the first title. And then it was continuous, going to for Nehru Hockey Cup. If you have heads of school who are committed, luckily I was lucky, management or support was there, full support. Full support was there. So that produced the result. That motivated me. That encouraged me. That encouraged the coaches. Parents also played their role. And ours was mostly a residential because St. Joseph's Boys Home, many of them are from Salsed also, Naveli also, studied in St. Joseph's Boys Home. So it helped for us to produce a result. But commitment and sincerity is important. You do anything, if there is no commitment, sincerity, no results. That's very, very important and essential. You may get the best of coaches from the country and abroad. If that is missing, you are not going to produce results. Be sure about it.
Thank you, Doctor. Maybe in the 70s, 80s, when I had started my club and all, the boys, young boys, used to come on their own for practice. Some by cycle, some walking. No parents. Today, if you go sometime to Sinketing ground, there is a practice of Exugo, what's called the young goers. And you see about 40 cars parked and 40 players in it. Parents are taking their children to the ground. Before it was not, parents were not taking the children. Children were left on their own horse to Hadapak. But now, with so much parental support, you see the best quality football boots, best kit. But when these children reach the 10th standard, they start dropping out of schools. What is your take on this, Doctor? Because you are an educationist, I am asking this.
Yeah, okay, yes, fine. Even parents who are in sports, they also are not willing to send their children when it comes to SSC. So once there is SSC, no football. So we should convince them, tell them. And the child is passionate. You're depriving the child of his passion. So parents also have to play a positive role to send their children. Even if SSC is just like some other exam, what is the big thing in that? Many parents in Goa are encouraging the children, very good sign. Recently, under 12, I think, went to Nimuch, Madhya Pradesh. I know one grandparent, very happy to encourage her granddaughter. So nice. So let us also contribute our bit. It is not only GFA's job or a council's job. Each citizen of Goa has to contribute to get the trophy. There be a positive mindset. As a teacher, can I do something? Now I am as an administrator of the Kannada Association. I am trying my bit to streamline things so that whatever skills I have, I can contribute. Principles are the same. You can apply in any field. They are managerial skills. So we have to try to motivate and convince the parents. Yes, Baba, tomorrow he may make a future in that particular game. Some are very talented, exceptionally talented, but we don't want, we want to become engineer, doctor, finish, limited field. There's a lot of money in professional football to convince them. So we also have to play a role to convince our parents to strike a balance. Study also is important, but sports also he can make a career.
Thank you, Doctor. As far as dropping out of at the SEC, we have some players here, some people in our audience, Bevan, Keenan, Denzel, Lecter especially, who have made a career in studies and in football also. That has not prevented them from, because they reached SSC, get out of the schools. I know a boy called Sabi Anton, who was the captain of the India under 19 team. During the India camp, he was studying in the room, and it was a closed camp, and was also practicing regularly. So what you say is that we must change the mindset.
Yeah, we must change the mindset. We convince the parents, you know. We must also convince the parents that study and play should be balanced, and if he is talented, to promote that talent. We play a very big role, along with other teachers also. See, sometimes some teachers are very discouraging. If maths teacher is encouraging, Hindi teacher may be discouraging. I'm just giving an example. So as a whole, as a team, that culture of sports to encourage our children, that's important. As a parent and as a teachers also. All the teachers as a team should be involved. I remember when you have a match, our school teachers were coming for the matches, some of them at least. Especially when we reached the finals and all. It was a very nice sign. We used to feel very happy. So we have to do our bit, okay, to convince the parents so that they have a positive role to continue the career in sports.
Thank you, Doctor. Now to Agnel. Your village, your belt from Agassing to Siridão to Alegaon, Santa Cruz, has been mostly involved, affected by migration of people to London, started with France, London. Because, of course, they felt that some of our best players from there have gone to. Do you think that this is because opportunities in Goa for football players to earn a decent living are not there at present?
Yeah, we are affected by the migration. But overall, to bring up a player, to motivate a player, and for them to have real motivation as far as money is concerned in the professional teams is a very difficult factor. I know a player from Agasai who was playing for one of the ISL teams. I mean, he was in their training squad. When he was asked and given an offer, the offer was simply not attractive. Nowadays, to offer somebody a salary of 10,000, 15,000 per month is really discouraging. When you can make money in different ways, it's really hard for people to devote themselves to football only. It is not encouraging. Migration, yes. Everybody wants to go. I mean, we have seen people who had nothing, and today they come back from the UK or the other parts of the country. What work they do, you can expect. But the money they get there, they are paid by the hours for the labor. Most of the quality people, the people who are qualified, our own qualifications do not hold value in Europe. If you want to have a good job in Europe, you have to get your own qualifications, for which you have to pay a bomb, which I myself personally experienced. To see our boys, a lot of them who are attracted to bullfights. Remember, I was once asked, why do you take players from Nouvelle, Saint-Real, Kurtori? These are the players I used to take from the villages to play for the professional clubs. And mind you, I told them, "Tenka book lag liya." I remember the panelists before us, referring to Manipur boys and to Goa boys. Manipur boys, they have seen what is poverty. For them, 100 rupees will be more than 1,000 rupees worth for our Goan boys. It is a fact of life. Unless you feel hungry, unless you want to bring yourself up, unless you don't have somebody giving you money, giving you the benefits, free of cost, without effort. It's a hard life. It's a difficult life in Goa. And most of our children expect a lot of things from the parents without effort. Let me just get out of the point. Heard of about land grabbing. There are children now who look and see the properties that their parents have. They want to sell it anyhow, at any cost. Money matters. And if our Goan boys are to be attracted to football, I think there has to be better offers for them, better encouragement for them. I'll remember something long time back in 1971, when I was doing first year science, and Mr. Brahmanand Sankolkar was my classmate. Boli is known as popularly among us. We used to have practicals. And he would go and ask all of us, "Aaj practice kiya hai re? Ya mare practice siku." On Kampal ground, we used to practice. But the motivation was Brahmanand. How many of us can say today that we have a Brahmanand in our own village? How many of us can say that we have got our own village coach who will bring up your own boys? Will look into the field, get them on the field, coach them. Maybe he might not be able to give them something. Really speaking, money matters. And unless our younger players are encouraged by our professional clubs that they will get something, it's worth it. Thank you, Mr. Abhay.
Thank you, Agna. Shubert, Naval, you got everything. You got 2 grounds, very good grounds. There are so many other grounds, not so good, but can be used for football. The schools are very supportive. Navelim people are very supportive. But lately, I think since Liston is there in Dampo, but there are very few players from Navelim that are coming up. Now, Liston is a very good example. He has gone right to the top. He's earning well, he's doing very well. He's one of the most valuable players, Indian players. Isn't Liston a motivation for the children in your village? Or have you all not used Liston as a motivation for the children in your village to take up and continue with football?
There were a lot of players in Navali first, the players like Olan, Anthony, Praveen and all. Looking at them, a lot of youth had grown up saying that I will also be a player one day like them. But finally a time came, then players just started fading off, like they just went off the track. It was very difficult. There were few who came up, like Liston and all, like Liston and Dylan and few that came up in playing. Others just left football. I don't know what was the reason why. They had the support of their parents. They had all the supports. Then of late, we gave them, even the clubs, like Navali Sporting, Villagers and all. We used to come to their help whenever they needed leg. And one of our main, was, we had a very good administrator in one of the clubs, Duming. He used to get players, really, he used to slog with them. Say, a poor fellow was brought up from a other village. He used to give him cycle. He didn't want him to come walking for practice and all. He used to buy a cycle out of his own money and give the players. That way he used to get the players up. And then players also started taking interest and all, but somewhere down the line, they lost the interest and finally they did not come. Only few made it up to the level of football, top level. Others, I don't know what was the reason. We tried a lot. We spoke to them, but nothing helped them. Of late, now Marian is also starting a coaching camp on our ground. He is also trying to motivate the youngsters to come up, to take football. But I wonder how many will come, how many will be there on the ground finally. Nowadays, the parents are also helping. As Sir said, once they come to the 9th and 10th, it stops. It is one reason is because of the tuition. The tuition teacher shouts at them if they are not present every day. She tells them to go back. Then there are studies. Then some parents who were encouraging them in a lower level, they stop them. But it is only the players, some players that who challenge, defy their parents and come to the ground, they, I think, come up. And in particular in Naveli, Naveli, Chinchini, Sanjay, these were the village where players used to really come up. Nuve is one village. The players used to really come up. But of late, all These villages are gone down totally. I don't know what to say to this. Even the schools, as far as the schools are concerned, schools are encouraging players, but they are not giving them the facility like, Baba, say today evening they are playing a match of GFA match, under 14. They do not leave the student early. The school gets over at 2 o'clock. The child has to reach the ground, say at 3:30. How will the child cope up with the timing and the stamina and all? If the school considers like, Baba, leaving them early, before 2 periods only, end of the 2 periods, you leave the school, go play. That time the child will be motivated. And otherwise, the child will not have that encouragement from the school as far as it is concerned.
Thank you, Shubhat. Here one observation. You talked about Domingos Barret. Domingos Barret, you know, he had left his job, but still he tried his best, as you say, he would buy a cycle for the players. But this question I will throw, I don't want you to answer, I will throw it to the audience. Have the present club officials, are they lacking dedication? That was present before. I don't want you to answer this. I want the audience to answer. Now, John C., can you please, the next question. John C., you talked about infrastructure, facilities, that your matches are being played far, that you require. There should be another 2 artificial grounds in South Set so that you don't have to play. These are problems that can be addressed by SAG and GFDC. Have you all considered tying up with the GFDC center so that your boys, your children get an opportunity to be trained because GFDC subsidizes the center? And like this, minimize your expenditure and also field decently trained teams.
Being a local club or village club, we always need a support like GFDC, GFA, so they can provide us the good support from their side. We are ready to accept this. And we can make the base of our youth teams like 12, 13, 15, 17, 19. This is the base of the clubs, which we can promote to professionals. If we have no base in our clubs, so we cannot produce a football in our village. Main thing, we have the youth level base. We must have the youth level base in our village club. That is the main base of our club. So we can promote them from 13 to 15, 15 to 17, 17 to 19. If we have no base in our club, then we cannot have a player of our village player or surrounding areas like Kepe, Paroda, Betmodi, Osalda. The local players' talent we cannot find out if we have no base in our village club. So this is the main extra. And to bring this base, we should have a good ground to train them. That is not there in South Goa, I think so. Many grounds are there, but they are not properly maintained by the government. Because of the high fees of the government ground, the village club cannot afford that fees. So that is the point is there. The government should come out with some policies to help us, to help the village clubs.
I perfectly agree with you. We require more artificial turfs because the natural turf fields are closed for about 3 to 4 months a year. But that should be the topic on infrastructure. Can I throw the floor open to the audience? Anup.
sorry if what I'm going to say might offend the audience, but that is not the intention. I've got 3 observations to make with regard to the functioning of amateur clubs and the role that they need to play at the village level. I myself come from Kurturi, so I will also speak with regard to that. Number 1 is about accepting that the world has moved on, the times have changed. People will always be aspirational when it comes to things like education and social extracurricular activities. That we have to remember. Second, when it comes to raising money and finances, I'm pretty sure the village and the inhabitants of the village can be very cooperative if approached nicely and explained as to the cause, the reason why the money is to be raised, and if accountability in a detailed manner is given as to how the funds have been used. I have personally seen this for Kurturi. Arnold of Kurturi Gymkhana is not here right now. At least I've not seen him, but glad to talk about that, and other initiatives in Kurturi as well, where money can be raised, but accountability is very important. Second, it's about the face and the role of the village club in Kurturi. Anyone who's a parent in the audience will agree that today, for us, holistic education matters, which means academics. We are not talking just ICSE, CBSE, IB or Goa State Board. We're talking about the role of extracurriculars. I myself have studied Taekwondo in the village of Kurturi itself. Now the question is, if my Kurturi Gymkhana played that role of being an all sports center, there's a whole lot of people who would be paying money for that activity. Today I work in Chikali and there have been questions. My child wants to learn football. There needs to be an answer. So if that village club can take on the role, there is a place where there is employment generated even on a part-time basis, right? So this role that needs to be played by the amateur clubs in all these sporting activities and reaching out to that audience, I think is extremely important, which I believe we have fallen short of. We expect that you go down to a village. Every village in this state almost has a highly, if not more educated person. So at the start of your session, you mentioned about using of a computer. There is an educational institution in every village. Right up to the secondary school level education, higher secondary, and even the graduate level. These are terms you will hear. Socially useful productive work, SUPW, that is the term used in the ICSE schools. Then there is the National Social Service. These are all the record books that we need to be doing at the secondary and the higher school education. But where is the approach? Where is the united, coordinated effort to go down, to get the youngsters from the village, talk to the schools and say, give us the youngsters who can handle the computer, give us the youngsters who can go down and operate this for us. Because everyone who moves outside the state of Goa or outside the country of India knows how much this matters on their resume. The fact that you have been involved in extracurricular activities, not just walked off with a 95% grade. I think if we change our approach to be more proactive, the results will follow in time. Thanks.
You don't expect this to be answered. Whilst I agree with your points, Anup, there are people here who are working with, including I, who have worked at a very low level clubs. Now take for example, even you. You are not involved with Kurturi, you are from Kurturi. If people like you get involved with Kurturi instead of leaving Kurturi and going somewhere else, it could make a difference. Each educated person, everyone here, talks about Premier League. We want to imitate the Premier League. It is for ourselves, for everyone else. I once met a consultant from England, and he told me, you are making a mistake of trying to be like the Premier League. Premier League is the topmost league in the world. You go to the championship or level lower than championship, what's called the third division in England. You try to imitate that. Then you will be able to achieve something. If you go to the third division league, grounds are not perfect turfs. Involvement of volunteers is there. I had friends, like I had a friend who was a supporter of Portsmouth Argyle. He was a supporter of Portsmouth Argyle from the day he was born because his father used to take him. When he used to go back to England, he used to travel 2.5 hours back and forth to watch a match of Portsmouth Argyle. And on the way back, he would stop at a sanatorium where his father was admitted because he was suffering of Alzheimer's. And he said, I would describe the whole match to him. I don't know if he would understand. But I would do that because it would give me satisfaction, because when I was young, he would take me for a match and describe the match to him. I learned football from him and became a professional, and he was a very high-level TV professional. See, I know the difficulties of the amateur clubs, the village clubs, because I have been deeply involved in them. I have been involved with all the topmost professional clubs in India, and I am still involved also. But the roles are completely different. In a village club, you have to sacrifice your work. Now take John Lynn. To come here, he had to go to his factory, he had to close his factory, and he is doing that to go for every match of Guardian Angel, whether Guardian Angel at pro level, youth level, or women's. These are the sacrifices that amateur clubs, you can't minimize, you can't just tell, you should do this, you should go and see someone with a computer. Today you have helped my club in getting CRS registration. Last year I had to ask Aggie. It is very difficult for us to do that. I know computers, I'm good in computers, but I can't stay 3 hours or 4 hours a day doing CRS registration. So it is easy to say to these people, of course, there can be, times have changed, expectations have changed. But just saying someone, you go and you should do this, you should do this, I think we could next time have someone who would give us an example of this. And I hope you will be able to do that. Thank you. Any other question?
I'm Gregory D'Souza, Center Head of GFDC Sholim. My question to the panelists, they were referring to the problems of financial every time, and just now he spoke about, accountability. Now I would like to know from this panelist here, is the government or SCG supporting you in this financial aspect?
Now, Columbus Association raises its own resources. We are governed by the AGM rules also. So now, this season we are facing a crunch. So what we have done is we have prepared appeal letters so that we go, there's a lot of people who can afford to give us. Only thing, we have to approach them in a proper manner, as one of the speakers said, Anup said, and convince them that the team is good, So far we played 2 matches, we did fairly good. And that's how money can pour in. But at the end of the tournament, we have to show performance. That's important. That will be our barometer, measuring barometer. So that we can go to them once again. When people come with sponsorship, accountability, transparency and accountability is a must. That follows. Another suggestion, apart from this, I want to give some away height, just 2 suggestions. Because I don't want to mix up with the earlier things. One very, very important thing. We have all come up in a regular schooling system. We started with primary school, correct? Did we have a physical education teacher in the primary school? I was just attentively listening to the previous panels, jobs. Everybody's talking about jobs. First to 4th standard, there is no trained manpower to train these children. We have got BP8s here and lay licenses. If the GFDC and GFA come together, make a task force and roadmap to see that every primary school has a physical education teacher. Start working on it from today. Work it at ministerial level, secretariat level, do it. So many of our boys and girls will get jobs. Who says there are no jobs? There are jobs. Put in the policy, and with that, football will grow better. You'll get more children coming on the field. You'll get wider choice of children, better selection, and not only other games will benefit, we'll have better performance at national level. This is one suggestion, please take note and work on it. Have a task force, responsible task force with a time frame to get it done. Each primary teacher, there should be, depending on the strength, a physical education teacher. I'm in the board of studies, Goa board. I'm also a member in other associations. We're working hard on this. If these organizations also could come together, it will be a very nice thing, and that will be within 10 years, you'll see the effect of it. It's going to be a very big effect. So this is one suggestion. Suggestion number 2. When you have coaches taking part in different tournaments, you know who are the good coaches doing well. Give them a grooming of, select them and send them to other foreign academies for exposure. What are the latest trends in coaching? What are the latest equipment? Have a scheme for them. So that they are within a global level. So we are at that level. So they also get a better motivation and insight. These 2 suggestions I would like to give.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the, one second. I will allow you a question and one more question, because Jenny is here pushing me out of my seat. So, please continue with your question.
No, I mean, I wanted to know if the government is funding through SAG or the sports minister.
No, there's no funding for us from government, only through our private resources we are doing. No funding. No funding.
I will just add to this. See, every club registered with SAG gets a support of 50,000 rupees per year. But they have to follow certain procedures and they have to follow certain systems. In addition to that, I believe there are a lot of other benefits, like you can get money to organize tournaments. I think here, the duty of all of us, especially GFA, is to make clubs aware of these schemes, so that these schemes are availed by the village club. Because for a village club, 50,000 rupees is a big thing. I will allow one more question, and if there is, otherwise we'll close down this.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I thank my panelists, my good friend Agnel, Schubert, Dr. Lobo, thank you very much for your contribution, and John C. for being present here, and to all of you, especially to GFDC and GFA, for putting forward this summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Albert. Please remain seated, panelists. May I request Dr. Kaitan to please present the mementos to the panelists. To Shri Agnel. To Shri Agnel. Shri Shubhat. Dr. Lobo. And Mr. Johnsy. And our moderator, Mr. Colasso. Thank you, Mr. Colasso and the panelists. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now have the fourth topic. The fourth topic of today's summit is Players' Perspective. The moderator for this session is Shri Lecter Mascarenhas, a former India player. The panelists are Shri Bevan De Mello, former professional footballer, Keenan Almeida, head coach C.D. Salgaonkar, Denzel Franco, former international footballer, Shri Brahmanand Shankwalkar, Padma Shri and Arjuna awardee. Requesting Lecter Mascarenhas to take over the session.
Thank you. This is what?
Sorry. Take this. Oh, there is one more mic here.
Yeah.
Check.
Check one. Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Very warm welcome to this session of the GFDC Football Summit. We have a very interesting topic for discussion, and we call it the player's perspective. So what do we mean by player's perspective? It's just that what the football players aspire and expect from this game of football in Goa. If you want to be a professional footballer, then what it takes to be one. Players' perspective is a vast subject, but we want to restrict ourselves to players playing in the Goa Professional League. We have seen over the years there has been a definite decline of football in Goa, in the professional league. We have also seen players living football and going abroad for greener pastures. We want to find out whether there's any future or security in the game of Goa for these players. If yes, what needs to be done? Let me give you a quick pick of the composition of the Goa Professional League. There are 14 teams participating in the GPL, out of which 6 clubs are corporate clubs, 1 family-based club, 1 institutional club, 6 village or city clubs. I think this is a very healthy mix that we have for the sustainability of Goan football. These 14 clubs have 484 players registered with JFA, out of which 244 players are professionals and another 240 players have the amateur status. To discuss this, about this player's perspective, we have amongst us 4 vastly experienced former footballers to express their views and share their experience with us. Mr. Brahmanan Sankwalkar needs no introduction for sure. He's a Padma Shri, got the 4th highest civilian award from the Republic of India. He's the first Goan football Arjuna awardee, former India captain, a true legend of Goan football. He has vast experience as a player, a qualified coach, as an administrator with Cesar Football Academy and also with GFDC. We have Denzel Franco, international footballer, represented India in 2009, 12, and 19, played for top clubs such as Cesar Football Academy, Salgaonkar Football Club, Sporting Club de Goa, Churchill Brothers, and Mahindra United Mumbai. He also played in the ISL for Atletico de Kolkata and FC Goa. Next is Bhivan De Mello, international footballer, played for India in 2006. Played for Salgaonkar, Sporting Club de Goa, Dempo Sports Club, Vasco Sports Club, and presently working as a service manager for a company called Pine Labs Private Limited. We have Keenan Almeida, international football player, played again for top clubs Churchill Brothers, FC, Salgaonkar FC, Sporting Club de Goa. Played for ISL for several clubs, Pune City FC, Hyderabad FC, Chennai FC, FC Goa. He is now presently the head coach of Club de Salgaonkar in the GPL. Mind you, we are not here to discuss players across the age groups, or we are not here to discuss about what can be done by the clubs or by the Goa Football Association or by the coaches. Different sessions have been held and are to be held. We are only talking about what could be done by these players, what the players can do for the clubs, for the state, for the country. Is there an effective pathway playing this GPL for them to achieve higher goals? That is maybe the I-League, maybe the ISL, may play for the country. And what should the players do to enhance their ability and quality of football? I would like to start with Mr. Brahmanan here. Please share your experience as to how you prepared day after day. And it's not only competitive matches, training, everything, on the field, off the field. How did you do that?
First of all, I got a break at the age of 15. I was too young to be in the top division league of Goa. But gradually playing one by one. My first match was with Salgaonkar, with the Goa Shipyard. We won the match. But what I found is more, besides football, was crowd talking about the down and my upper side, my performance and what I should do. There was no criticism on the way. Gradually, I went on playing the next year with Panvel. The third year, I started receiving offers a bit. Yet, there's something called first step to a success is willingness to listen. And I had good people around me to tell me, Brahmanan, this is not the time to go. Stay one more year in Panvel. Fourth year, of course, there was success and offers started pouring in me. But I got to lucky enough to say that offers came in and I grabbed the offer and I was very happy with the club. I gave more importance to the lows because there was guidance how to improve myself. And about competitions of the better things was a secondary to it, not so much important to me. But I sincerely worked very, very hard with humility. Of course, with the support of my teammates, both during competitions, also during the practice matches. My coaches, who guided me all the way, some of the colleagues are here from Salgaonkar, who would blast on me when I'm wrong or right, other way, sportingly. That is called encouragement. And that's what I did. And over the years, I found that my dreams, I've set a goal in the beginning itself that I will play one of the top clubs in Goa. Next was to play for the state jersey. And hopefully, if everything goes well, I'll be playing for the country. This all happened, I agree. But most important is, I did not give up in life, even when I had a great dream to play for the Asian Games. In 1978, I suffered a severe jaundice. I couldn't even go for the camp. Then I have to wait for 1982 Delhi Asian Games, 4 years more to go, 4 years more hard work. I waited, but 81, 21st of May, I broke my arm, and I was operated with a plate and screws in Calcutta. My coaches asked me, there is a commitment I'm talking about earlier, somebody has spoke about commitment. Coach asked me, P.K. Banerjee, Arun Ghosh, Mr. Basha, and Mr. Kittu entered my hospital room and said, on the third day, Mr. Brahmanan, are you going to come back to the Indian team? I said, I'll try. Mr. Kittu immediately said, I asked you my question, yes or no? I said, yes, I'll come back. And that commitment, I gave my extra workout. Of course, after recovering, Shabir Ali will know more better. After coming up a very hard work from the Indian team, morning and evening also, I would quietly go back and do about 500 skippings and come back to the room. You must have seen me. Similarly, I would take help of my colleagues in Salgonka, especially, of course, with the help of Shanmugam. Training was over, boys were leaving, I would do my extra 30 minutes or more. So I'm grateful to all of them in this. But what is important, my message is that to the upcoming players, whatever it is, that keep a target, don't give up until you achieve it. That's what I feel. We didn't look at the money. 4 years in Panvel, okay. I was not paid 1 rupee also. But my dream was that I would be somebody tomorrow. That was my intentions.
Okay. We have all heard what Mr. Brahmanan had to say. I think the important thing here is for all the players who are currently playing in the league, across the age groups also, the point is what he's trying to say is he has worked hard and hard every day of his life, kept on correcting his failures, mistakes, analyzed what he had to do. That is how I think he has achieved all this. That is how one can improve the quality of football. I would like Denzel to share his experience. Definitely you have gone through all these lower levels, ups and downs. So what did you do differently to reach these levels?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I think getting to the stage and platform where I concluded my football career, I think there has been a lot of hard work. The passion is what I think got me to the level that I reached at. And it was not an easy thing. When you have passion, when you have that dedication towards the vision that you have in life, and that my vision was to play for the top teams of Indian football, play for the country. And when you have this vision, I think the most important thing is your dedication and of course the support from your family. That is what the previous panel also spoke, that parents play a big role. So the very first important thing in my life was my father, of course my siblings and my mother, but my father played a big role in my career. And without his support, I don't think I would have been where I went on to be. So the support from the family is more important. Secondly, of course, I mean, there has been a lot of ups and downs. Money was never in my mind. I can be very honest about this. The passion that I had for the game was what drove me to where I went on to. playing for the clubs, playing for the national team, playing for the village level also, I think the passion, the hunger in me that was driving me towards this goal. I think that is what important is. That is what is important to have in this younger generation today, to get it instilled in them that you need to have that passion.
Yeah, Denzel, in our earlier interaction, you also said that players today, of course not in the GPL, but you had a team in the third division where players come for these competitions, come for this practice very casually. They just don't care what happens. You want to say something on that?
Yes, sir. So post my retirement, I felt that I would get into coaching, but then I think that's not where I belong. And I thought, let me get into where I can support the youngsters and make their future. And that's when I got an opportunity to be the president of Saligaon United, my village team. But the passion that I've seen in these youngsters is not what I would have loved to have for me to make this pathway, make a future for myself. Because at the end of the day, they would see that they want to come, play, take the 1,000 rupees that they get after a match, end of it. My vision for them was, although we were in third division, give them a professional approach. But what I went through during my playing days, we went through the pre-season coaching on the beach or having sessions in the gym. I did give them this opportunity. We worked for the third division almost 3-4 months and played the tournament opposed to that. But post the tournament, I think the boys were off. They were never kept in touch. They never kept in touch with the game. So that is not what I expect from the players.
Okay. Over to Mr. Bevan. What do you have to say on this subject? How do the current players, you have also played recently, not like you have not retired from the game long ago. So what do you think this players' point of view, what they should be doing and what they are not doing at the moment to enhance their quality of football?
Good afternoon, everyone. So I would like to add, add to the fact that what Subramanian said and what Denzel has said as well. Hard work is always the key if you want to have a successful career in football. Also, I would like to add discipline to that. Discipline, hard work, I think, can really get you to a very high level of professional football. Because if I am to be honest, during the times that we played and the current times now, football has changed. The way we train, the way we are coached has changed drastically. But there is one more thing that I have noticed that has changed is the level of hard work. In our time, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, 80% of the players were willing to put in the sacrifices, to work hard, to achieve something. And 20% were, basically very talented, but were okay, they're working hard. But nowadays, if I am honest, I'm still training with some teams. So if I say it's exactly the opposite, very few players want to really work hard and, achieve that level. And the few ones that are really working hard have gone directly progressed from the Goa Pro League to the ISL in the last few years, where none of our teams were playing in the I League or in the second division I League. So having said that, this can be attributed to the fact that, there's a lot of social media problems that are coming up right now. Basically, if we can do something to help these footballers to, maintain the correct balance. I'm not saying social media is bad. Social media can do a lot of good for you. It can promote you, create a great image of you on social media. But at the same time, if you're up at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, early morning on social media or on certain apps, texting someone, and you have a training session in the morning at 7, where you have to wake up at 5, having 3-4 hours of sleep in the night and then training in the morning, you're definitely not going to be able to give your 100% in training. Whereas if one day, okay, can be acceptable, but continuing that, having a continuity of that will definitely lower your, your level of football that you can usually play. So if we can help educate the youngsters, especially when they are signing their professional contracts, like the age of 18, because we have to sign 2-3 players in the pro league. If we can educate them about this, I think that will go a great deal in helping the future generations, because we now have a good platform as well. Dempo Sports Club have qualified for the I-League, and Sporting also seem very encouraged to do so. Cesar, if I'm not mistaken, participated in the I-League 3, and the next 2-3 years seems like, you know, a good opportunity for the footballers to really dedicate themselves, be hardworking, be disciplined, and to show a great deal of good deal of football where they can actually go up that level and reach the ISL.
Well said, Bhivan. And to add to that, when we talk about enhancing your quality of football, this is what it is. If you are not disciplined enough to live your day-to-day life in a disciplined manner, you eat when you want to eat, you sleep when you want to sleep, and then you go the next day and just practice and go home. And this is how you cannot really afford to be there as a player if you have taken this to be a professional. This is where our current players, I feel they have to pull up their socks and put everything in as what these former players who have achieved a lot have to say. Going to Kenan. Kenan is in a better position to talk about our current players because he's with the players. He's the head coach of Club de Salgonkar. Kenan, what would you like to say?
Good afternoon, everyone. With all due respect, I would like to disagree with my fellow colleagues to an extent. To an extent, why? Because I'm coaching a team, and you ask me about passion, discipline, hard work, if it is still there. Definitely it is there. I see it every morning when I go on the ground. The ratio, if I have 20 players, 15 can be the ones that are disciplined, hungry, passionate. Maybe 5 are a bit casual. But are we going to talk about the 5? Are we going to highlight that? Or are we going to focus about the 15 who are on the positive side of it? That is what I feel is important. And as the topic is about the current footballing ecosystem that exists in Goa, is it a proper pathway for the players to move up the ranks? If you asked me this 4-5 years ago, my answer would be different, and right now my answer is different. 4-5 years ago, we had just 2 clubs from Goa playing at the top level. That is FC Goa in ISL and Churchill Brothers in I-League. So the opportunities are less. And when the opportunities are less to make it to the higher level, automatically, maybe the motivation drops. Right now, if you ask me, things are changing. Dempo coming back into the I-League is a big plus for Goan football, big plus for Goan footballers. Sporting Club de Goa are effectively and passionately pushing to get back into the I-League. So things are getting back prior to the decade, prior to 2014, when there would be always 4 to 5 teams in the I-League. So back then when we were playing, it was many opportunities, a broad pathway. Automatically the motivation creeps in. Automatically we can push ourselves more. So I'm hoping that with Dempo's coming in, Sporting pushing, now the number goes back to 4 at the top level. The players will have the broader pathway and things will change for the better of football in Goa.
Okay. I agree with you, Kenan. But also what I would like to say is that I think just practicing with the players, practicing with the respective clubs is not enough. You, as a player, as individually, you will have to do a lot of other things which the coaching time you may not be able to. For example, I would just recall how Brahmanan, I've been his roommate many a times, and how he would think about football all the time, how to improve his quality of football. In his room, he would take up a small ball, a ping pong size of a ping pong ball, and he would throw it on the wall, and then he would catch it to improve his reflexes. Personally, if I'm also one person who would do a lot of skill work myself, trying to improve my skill. Is it there with these present players? Are they doing all this? Practicing their discipline, all fine, but I feel it's very, very important to maintain discipline off the field as well. If you don't do that, then naturally your quality will not go up. All said and done, all of them agree that you have to set up the goals for yourself, hard work, which is very, very important for the players to improve their quality. Remember that success is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. We go on to another point that we would like to discuss is players in the GPL often face financial instability. So how do these players manage these challenges? Approximately a top player in the GPL today is paid around 30,000 a month. Okay, is this enough for them to sustain? Does this motivate them to play football, take it seriously? These are the questions to be answered. Or is this a reason if they find in recent years we have seen there were so many cases of match fixing, which is a very, very serious matter we need to think about. So is this a reason why somebody is getting involved in such match fixing? Talking about these aspects of, I'm sure this is not a big amount for sure, but at the same time, these gentlemen have not got a big amount during it, but yet they had goals, they had dedication. That was all about. I want to ask Paman, what do you think about this?
First of all, I feel that Goa Professional League is the base for two more steps ahead the players should think of. It's not a question of 20,000 or 30,000. Without that base, I-League clubs or the ISL at the top level, they won't be able to see them properly. They have to think about your performance. Thanks, Goa Professional League and the clubs who have given them the platforms for that. That is the base where they can be seen. Number two, I would feel about what I'm talking about is match fixing and the performances I've seen the last 3-4 years back. It was so bad. One match I left 20 minutes and I went home. This is not football. But I think whatever may be the reasons, there should be some high level of counseling to the key players in the teams, if possible. JFA must be working there, working hard on this, thinking hard on this to see how to go about with this. I would feel some mentoring and counseling to these players will be very, very required. And we have so many senior good players in Goa. The retired ones, they are in the football circle itself, they can be consulted. Not fully in the gathering, but at least a few people sit individually and talk to them what has happened in the past, what is going to be bad for them. We say we connect to spirituality at one time. I always want to spirituality as my hard work. But then what happens is, spirituality, you may go to the church, you may go to the temple and come back out of it and do something else. This is not correct. We got to see that we have to talk to them so deeply and so seriously with them that they think about it, that this is really bad, they will not go ahead with this.
Okay. Yeah, Denzel, you had mentioned about something earlier where that money part, about this money, you were also not paid for several months during your earlier days, and yet you went on continuing and went on focusing on your goals. What do you say about it?
So that's what I say, you need to have that passion. My goal was to play to the highest level, and money was not at all back of my mind because I did all that I could do. I was not a very well, you can say, technically sound player. Many of the coaches here are going to agree with it. But of course, yes, I had the dedication and passion for the game. And money followed. My hard work gave me what I wanted to achieve. I mean, you rightly said, there was a time that at one point of time, there was a club that I didn't even the entire team didn't get salaries for 7-8 months, but then we achieved laurels in those particular years. Because for us, it was all about earning that name, earning that pride for the club and for ourselves. So money would definitely follow, and it did follow.
Yeah. Bibin, your take on this?
Personally, I feel that the club, especially, I wouldn't say blame them, because the salary structure is what it is, and it's in complete contrast with real life. Because in the last 10 years itself, everything is inflation has come. Everything is high. The price of 99% of things always goes up, never comes down. Whereas our salaries in the Goa Pro League have taken a drastic reduction compared to the yesteryears. But then again, you cannot blame the clubs, because they are spending their own money, so they actually know what they are doing. They are just not for the sake of it, reducing their budgets. So we have to, as players, in some way, have to accept that reality. And if possible, during the signing, if the club officials can make the players aware that, see, this is the situation, you play well, you can get some sort of increment, not double your salary or triple that you are expecting usually. But this is the situation. We are giving you the platform, like Sir Brahmanan said, to take your next 2 steps, maybe the I-League or the ISL. That is, are you ready to commit to that? So I think the club officials as a whole should make it a clear-cut scenario for the players where they can then make informed decisions. And also, I can request also if the government and GFDC in some way can add to that, to get the motivation levels and to get more players playing football, because someday the player has to retire. Maybe nowadays the retirement age is cut down very short, not like the previous years. And if GFA and GFDC can work out some sort of a structure where some players, if they have played for some number of, like say 10-15 years, have represented big clubs, represented a state, or won Santosh Trophy, or won the I-League or the ISL, represented a country, create some sort of a structure where, there's a tendency of getting some jobs at the government level, maybe through some sports quota or something, where, according to every level that you achieve, you get some sort of a job, some sort of a level job. And if I think that will be the ultimate motivation for any player to basically give his all out during his playing career, knowing that, okay, he has achieved this level, this job is, waiting for him. Then he doesn't have to think about putting in his passport and going abroad, or going on the ship, doing courses, going on the ship, and, all the other jobs basically. So I think this is something where all the stakeholders in Goan football have to sit together and, create a clear structure for the players where they can help the players. So basically the player works hard and is rewarded according to his hard work, depending on the level that he achieves.
Yeah, well said, Bibin. I just want to say, when you talk about sports quota, let me tell the audience also that I joined the central government customs department through the sports quota. And I've retired from there as the assistant commissioner of customs and CGST. I'm telling you this because a lot depends on the player himself. If you want to secure your future, a lot depends on the player. Like Sir Alberto said sometime in the earlier session, you can study, you can do both. Players today take things very casually. You just are stuck with one thing. Okay, you are playing football, you are playing. But it's very important to know where are you heading after that? What do you do? These are the questions players should ask much, much earlier, even when you are studying. And it's not difficult. Everybody is capable of studying. Everybody is capable of, if not the studies, then do some skill work like, carpenter, everything, anything can be done. Be a musician, but have additional skills to sustain you if this doesn't work. This is very important. I'll come to Kinan. Yes, we are talking about salaries being paid, and you are directly now, a lot of players how much you are giving them. Brahmanan said this is a stepping stone only for them to go higher. Don't look at the salaries now, which is also right. What would you say about it?
Yeah, firstly, I would strongly agree with what Brahmanand sir has said. At the Goa Pro League level, the players should take it as a platform to showcase their talent and move higher up the ranks. So even if it's 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, whatever is being paid, look at it as an investment into yourself. Showcase your talent, move up, let the I-League club see you, take you up there, money will follow you there. So having said that, secondly, I would like to add, if a club promises a player so and so amount at the start of the season, now comes the important part, is that they get it on time. Because if you don't get it on time, then what kind of motivation are we talking about? I feel this is very important, and if JFA can look into this, intervene and see that the things are done properly, then it's only going to benefit the players. Because otherwise, I know players, I'm coaching the team, I have players who are coming from really humble backgrounds, and if there are salary delays, it's happening across Goa, it's a lot of pressure on these boys. Because some of them are the sole earners in the family, it puts a lot of pressure. So if some kind of intervention from JFA's side to see that salaries are being paid on time, it will definitely help the players, and they will also feel secure. Once they feel secure, they will have less pressure, which will in turn help them perform better on the field. And lastly, I would like to add to whatever Bhivan said. I don't know how many of you all know this, but states like West Bengal, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, these states, when a player represents the state in Santosh Trophy, post their retirement, they are given government jobs. So according to me, this plays a huge role in feeling secure. So if I know that I will, if I represent the state, after my retirement I'm secured, I will have a government job. It's much more motivation for me. So I feel it is very important if our state government can also help the players on the same line to make them feel secure and help them push their limits. I think it will be the right step to move ahead.
Okay. Very well said, Kinan. And one more thing I would like to add to that, this is very important for all players to be educated on non-payment of salary. If you are not paid, don't keep quiet. 1 month you keep quiet, 2 months. Write a letter, approach GFA, say that this is what it is, I have not been paid, unless you have a contract. Without a contract, I don't think the GFA can take any action. But then players keeping quiet, players not knowing what are their rights is not good. So in all this, I would sum up by saying that when Brahmanan also said, it's a platform for you, and Kinan also said, it's a platform for you. No matter how much you are paid now, in the same situations like the current players, there's a fine example of Liston Kulaso and others also, other players also. He has also, I don't think he has been paid when he was playing in Goa a huge amount, no. He had his goals in front of him, and he pursued them with hard work, sincerity, and let's see how he has reached. And if he has done that, I think our current players can also do that. Just regarding as far as match fixing is concerned, I just want to tell all the players that it is very important to preserve the sanctity, the integrity of the football game. You can be, criminal charges can be filed against you, you can be arrested, you can be in prison, and you can also face lengthy bans. So it's important to stay away from all that. Just one more question I would like to ask the panel here before I go and take up questions from the audience. Is there inadequate guidance and counseling, or should there be counseling sort of a cell where players can be guided as to what are their rights, especially when it comes to contracts I've been told, it's news that also sometimes players sign for one club and a few days he signs for another. There are reports also saying that the clubs are playing also they play dirty sometimes. They take signatures on the blank papers. I don't know how far this is true, but should there be some sort of guidance and counseling for these players? What do you say, Brian?
I think it's better. I think we have got to start somewhere to change the thoughts of the players. But players to stand on his strong feet to say, if somebody approaches him, he should inform the authorities immediately, so-and-so has approached me for this match of fixing or something. Then he'll be a great man in life. It's not just footballers we are developing. We got even Mr. Mukherjee to say in Sazagoa, make a good man out of these players. So besides football, the other education has to come in now. And the player has to stand up and tell the authorities, this has happened. And counseling is up to GFA. I'll be free enough to express myself, available to the concerned players. If any time they require, I'm there. We have so many players in Goa today, they can help out. We got to have this change.
Okay. Denzel, do players require such counseling? Because sometimes they may not be aware of what are their rights.
I think it's very important, and I second Sir Brahmanan as well in this, that when we have this thought imbibed in the young kids at grassroots level also, I think that is what they are going to take it along with them in the long way. So it's very, very important to teach them at a young age, so that by the age of 25, 26, you cannot change their mind. So it's better to have it at the grassroots.
Keenan made a point when we were interacting. He said also, if you talk about discipline at this age where they are already there, it's not going to help much. Keenan, would you like to say something about inculcating this discipline things in earlier stage?
What I meant was, suddenly at the age of 22, you cannot start educating a player. At the age of 26, you cannot start instilling values into a player. I believe that it should be done from a younger age, and then it is easier as they move up. Even discipline or punctuality, if we allow those things not to happen during the grassroots or the under 13s, under 15s, and then we start demanding it at the senior team, then it's not easy for them to adapt. So if we can all together start instilling these values at a younger age, maybe at the age of 10, 11, then it is much more easier for the players also to shape themselves accordingly.
Okay. Bhivan, your take?
Yes, I think it would be very beneficial for the players, especially in terms of the contractual situations, if they are made aware, especially when they are about to sign their first professional contract with the clubs. Because to be honest, I know many of my friends, many of the players that I've been bearing 4 or 5, maximum of them don't even read their contracts. They just see the numbers, monthly salary, bonus, that's it. But never go to read the clauses there, because they have not been educated enough to know that, the money is there, but the money can be cut based on the clauses on top. So that is something I think if GFA can have some sort of seminars where they educate the youngsters when they're signing, to note certain clauses, to be aware of certain clauses in the contracts, and, help them and educate them as well regarding their contracts, where the players actually do have a right when it comes to contracts, and especially when they are not being paid on time. So if we can educate them regarding these rights, it will go a long way, in helping these players.
Okay. Just one more thing to add. In the earlier session, we heard that parents actually stop players from playing football. Probably you need to educate all these parents also. Playing football is one of the best things that can happen. The amount that they earn in a month, as you go higher in the I League or the ISL, is mind-boggling, and if players are to be taken seriously, for all the parents, I would like to say that do not stop them. Let them study, let them play also, but do not stop them from playing. Being a player is very, 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 very beneficial for everybody. Just a quick career options. I would just like to list out some of them. There are a lot of things that can be done in the game of football. Players retiring could come into coaching. Some of them can be referees. Some of them can, if you get the proper qualification, you can get into football management and administration, football scouting and talent identification, football agent and player representation, sports psychology and performance coaching, physical training and fitness, physiotherapist, sports commentating and journalism. You could be if you are a sportsman, you could be a PA teacher also. And of course, through sports quota, you could join any government institution also. I think that's from our side. From the audience, would you like to ask any questions to this panelist? Yeah.
Hello everyone. My question is mainly for Keenan. Why are retired players not getting back to the game once they stop playing? Like Denzel was smart. He realized, he admitted that coaching was not for him, but he chose a different option. Sir, towards the end of the session, just gave out different career options for players. But you, credit to you, you have come back into the game. But why are more players not doing so? Like in IT, we have brain drain, where Indians are going to America and helping them. I feel footballers not coming back into the game is a talent drain for the game.
But if you go to see in the recent past, if we say, many of the retired footballers have got into football back again. Like I name a few: Climax is back in coaching, Samir Bhai is back into coaching, Mahesh Gaul is into coaching, Nicholas Rodriguez, I can name many. So maybe you're trying to ask me, besides coaching, why are we not exploring other ventures in football? So maybe in that aspect, the government can open up some jobs which can help recruit the retired footballers and then accordingly place them into those positions. So I think the opportunities need to be created and then automatically we can move into those spaces.
Yeah, anyone else?
Yeah, just
Sir.
Could be a question
Yeah,
to all four of you. You've all had good careers in Indian football, but most of your careers were in Goa and had little success outside of Goa. And that continues now as well. So why do you think that is? I mean, some of you are actively involved in coaching, some of you got academies. And why is it that Goan players struggle to play outside of Goa or succeed outside?
Yeah.
Okay, I can break it down into two parts basically. Before 2014, there were 5 teams into the National Football League, I-League, whatever you can call it. So that time we didn't have to move out because we had a lot of opportunities here. After that, there were just 2 teams playing in the top league. And I think players have moved out, like not as much as we would like to see. And I think it somewhere comes down to the part where it's about our culture, where we find it difficult to move out of Goa, find it difficult to move out of our comfort zone. And I hope it changes. Because if you really want to do something in football and the better opportunity exists outside Goa, you have to take it. You cannot be comfortable, as we say, Susegat Goenkars. We cannot be Susegat staying in our own bubble of comfort. We have to step out. And that is, I think, largely it plays down to how strong you are here. So hopefully we start seeing the mentality shift and more players plying their trade outside Goa also.
Yeah, Sir Albert.
This is more of a suggestion than for this summit to put forward for the government. Based on what Kinnan has said. See, previously, first players were employed with the companies. After being employed with the companies, they continued working till their retirement. That was stopped because players found that contracts were more attractive. And also the companies did not want that burden. This is one. Second one is that the compensation today, especially for Pro League players and other players, even national team players, may not be sufficient to sustain them to the rest of the life. Lifespan itself has increased. So it may not be sufficient. So even having another profession, they are lucky that they may not be able to sustain themselves. Now here, the government has got a role. I remember Mr. Manohar Parrikar when he was the Chief Minister in Goa. During the Dilip Sardesai award, when Clifford was awarded, he had made a proposal that any international player after retirement would be given a job by the government. I think we have to pursue this because this will encourage players to become internationals. Today, you know that motivation is not there. Player he earns money, maybe playing even unrecognized tournaments. See, many of the professional league players, even I-League players, even ISL players, play in unrecognized tournaments, and because of getting some money for that particular match. If there is and then you know they don't want to go higher. This is one. You have got a job from the sports quota. The sports quota today has been completely reduced, if not wiped out from most of them. We have to politically motivate, not only for football players, for all sports persons, to motivate them to restore the sports quota. Because once, see, you with customs, you worked up to 60 years, retired, you got a pension. How many of our players have got benefit of that? So these are two things, which politically we have to influence our government. See, Brahmanand and Bruno were successful, were given a job. Brahmanand thanks to Churchill, when Churchill was the chief minister and sports minister. Bruno later on, because that model was created. So they continued working for a government for a long time. I think we must stress that at least international players, even you said about Santosh Trophy players. Whatever you may say, whether ISL, I-League, till today Santosh Trophy is the most popular tournament in Goa. In Goa and most of the India except Bengal. So we must stress to the government to try to, one of the conclusions of this summit can be that jobs should be given at the government level for players after retirement. Because if now Kenan and I know how much Salongar players have got, and I know how much Dempo players get also. That can sustain them at present. But the day they retire, they got nothing.
Yes, very well said, sir. And as far as sports quota is concerned, I just want to say one more thing. What Mr. Prajum said also, why are players not going outside the state or whatever for better in academies also, I feel they should move out and do that, because sports quota from the Customs and Central Excise Department, they were announced in Pune, and of course it comes in the newspapers also, recruitment of sports, and I had taken Mr. Brahmanan and Francis D'Souza for the selection of for the officer's job, as well as lower jobs, TA jobs. And it was so surprising that only 2 Goans turned up for those trials. For this, Goans especially don't want to come out of their comfort zone. They want everything here. It's not that they didn't know, but they were less interested because joining also, there's a lot of hard work to be done. There were around 8 players all the way from West Bengal they came to Pune, from Delhi, Punjab and all over. And Goa is so close by, yet there were very few, just 2 of them had come. So we need to come out of our comfort zone also. Sir's suggestion about these giving jobs and approaching the government is an excellent idea. As Keenan has also said, the other states are doing that. I think with this we wind up this session. Thank you. Okay. Yeah.
I fully agree with Mr. Albert Colasso what he said. Yeah, of course, I am not from here, but very much here as well as in Bengal, Hyderabad and all. So that is the first and foremost thing. Wherever I go, I tell this thing only. Because there is no security of the players. And surprising, all the governments, except 1 or 2 states, they are giving the job. So that the government has to do something. In Hyderabad, since last 10 years or 7 years, only custom has given the job, no other department. Even what he said, Goa lost last year, but if the government gives job, it will be very good for them.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Shabir, for these suggestions. We wind up now here. Thank all of you for bearing with us for this 1 hour. We had hope we have done justice to the job given to us. We thank the panel, all of you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Lector and the panelist. I now request Shri Albert Colasso to kindly present mementos to the panelists. Okay. To Shri B1. B1 Keenan. Brahmanand Shalkarkar. Yeah. To Mr. Denzel. And to our moderator, Shri Lector. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now take a break for lunch and we shall be back in half an hour. Thank you. The moderator for this session is Shri Petwin Fizardo, Executive Member of the Goa Football Association. The panelists are Shri Anthony Pango, Executive Member, Raya Sporting Club, Shri Joy De Silva, Secretary, Shandor Club, Shri Anthony Rodrigues, Football Promoter, and Shri John Pereira, President, St. Anthony's Sports Club, Siolim Marna. Requesting Patwin to please take the stage and invite your panelists. Yes.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back post-lunch to the GFDC Football Summit. Let's begin the second half of the summit with a discussion on football played at the village level. The topic that we are about to discuss represents the true form of grassroots football in the Goan perspective. And I say this based on the fact that inter-village football has contributed many top-notch players to the ecosystem in the past. It continues to do so now, but maybe on a lesser scale. Inter-village football is very popular among the villages of Goa, and it is the local clubs who organize the inter-village football tournaments, popularly also known as private football tournaments. The Goa Football Association permits clubs to organize inter-village football tournaments, wherein the club has a choice of organizing either a 24-team tournament, a 16-team tournament, or a 8-team tournament. These tournaments can either be an inter-club tournament or an inter-village tournament, and are mostly played on a knockout basis. For the purpose of participation, the villages of Goa are divided into clusters by the Goa Football Association, and the players are issued with players' licenses to represent a particular cluster. During the 2023-24 season, a total of 52 inter-village tournaments were held across Goa. There was also one inter-club tournament, the Goa Police Cup, which was held in the 23-24 season. These tournaments are generally organized by the village club to coincide with important events in the village, like the village feast. And doing this during the village feast ensures that there is a huge crowd participation during the finals. Prize money for this tournament varies between 1 lakh rupees to 50,000 rupees for the winners. Ladies and gentlemen, to discuss more on inter-village football, their role in keeping football passion alive at the grassroots level, and what more can be done in the present scenario. We have with us 4 experts. Let me introduce them to you. Representing Raya Sporting Club, which has been actively participating in various inter-village football tournaments across Goa. And this club currently holds the distinction of organizing the oldest inter-village football tournament in Goa, the Custodio Memorial Inter-Village Football Tournament. On the 5th of August 2024, this tournament has completed 51 successful editions. The final of this tournament coincides with the Raya Village Feast and witnesses the highest attendance for an inter-village football final anywhere across Goa. Representing Raya Sporting Club, we have with us Mr. Anthony Pango, who is currently the Senior Vice President of the Goa Football Association. Mr. Pango has been involved in organizing inter-village tournaments since 1987. Welcome, Mr. Pango. Next on my panel, representing Chandor Club. On the 22nd of September 2024, Chandor Club successfully completed the 49th edition of the Chandor Cement Rolling Trophy. Although this grand final does not coincide with any village feast, but owing to its popularity, this final also attracts a very huge crowd. The Cement Trophy, as it is popularly known, is organized by the Chandor Club. And the great thing here is they are also assisted by a socio-cultural organization named the Chandor Cement Association, who sponsors the first prize for the tournament every year. Representing Chandor Club is Mr. Joy Da Silva, who is the current General Secretary of the club. He has also been an executive committee member in the past of the Goa Football Association, and most importantly, he has been involved with Chandor Club for the last several decades. Welcome, Mr. Da Silva. Next on my panel, I have representing St. Anthony Sports Club, Marna Shioli from North Goa, Mr. John Pereira. Mr. John Pereira is also executive committee member of the Goa Football Association. His club also actively participates in various inter-village tournaments across Goa. My next panelist is a football promoter. He comes from the coastal village of Benaulim in South Goa. The village of Benauli, as you all know, hosts the very iconic Dando football ground. This ground has the distinction of hosting 5 to 6 inter-village tournaments in one single season. The village of Benauli has 7 clubs affiliated to the Goa Football Association. And all these clubs use the Dando football ground for their inter-village tournaments. Whoever or whichever the club may be that organizes a football tournament at Dando, unmistakably, Mr. Anthony Rodriguez is always there as an announcer. He watches every matches from close quarters. Also, Mr. Anthony Rodriguez in the past has organized 3 inter-club tournaments. Welcome, Mr. Rodriguez. To discuss more on inter-village football, let me begin this discussion by taking the views of all the 4 panelists on the current scenario of inter-village football with regards to quality of matches and on the organizing front. Panelists are free to discuss or speak in the language of their choice. Mr. Pango, please.
Good afternoon, football lovers. Inter-village football tournament आदी आणि आता जायते फरक आसा. पहिले इंटर-विलेज जाताले तेन्ना व्हडले प्रोफेशनल टीम्स आसा ते सगळे सिलेक्ट करपाक म्हाका उगडास आसा. आनी तुमी सगळे जाणात जॉनी मेमोरियल बांदोडकर टोर्नामेंट जाताले तेन्ना वास्को सगळे कोचीस थंयसर टिम्यो पळोवंक वयताले आनी थंयसर प्लेयर सिलेक्शन जाताले आनी तेन्ना व्हडले टिमीक हे प्लेयर मेवताले. आनी तेन्ना गोवा फुटबॉल असोसिएशन तितलें कॉम्पिटिशन नासलें आनी हेच कारणाक लागून इंटर-विलेजचे प्लेयर तेन्ना परजळटाले आनी थंयसर सिलेक्ट जाताले. आतां इंटर-विलेज म्हणल्यार म्हाका दिसता एक सारको स्टँडर्ड डावन जाल्लो आसा. कित्याक पयलें कारण सांगपाचें म्हणल्यार इंटर-विलेज आयज खेळता तो टायमींग चोयल्यार सारको लेस जावन आसा. एक फायनल पासून खेळतालो जाल्यार 35 मिनिट्स खेळनात, 25 ते 30 मिनिट्स खेळटात. खंयसर वच इंटर-विलेज मॅच जातली जाल्यार 20 ते 35 मिनिट्स जाता. म्हाका सांगात 20 ते 25-30 मिनटां जाले जाल्यार एका प्लेयराक कितले पावटी बॉल मेवतलो आनी एक प्लेयर कितलो वेळ खेळतलो हें आज डिफरन्स जाल्लें आसा.
Thank you, Mr. Pango. Mr. Joy De Silva, your views on the quality of matches and on the organizing front, please.
Moderator and friends, interval age, which is unique to Goa, is a blessing to football, at least in Goa. It has been, and it is still, a cradle where the senior clubs choose their players by watching the interval age matches. I am very happy that Goa Football Association has come into interval age football. At one time, Mr. Botello, the former secretary of the Football Association, was saying that they made a mistake by interfering in the interval age tournaments. I think it was not a mistake. There have been good about it and bad points also, but the good is that at least there is discipline today. Although Anthony Pango has said that the timing is very less, I tend to blame the referees and the players. If we can start the league matches in time, why not the interval age matches? I think here the Goa Football Association has to be very strict about the timing. I have noticed that many a times the teams come late, many a times the referees, all the three referees are not there on time. If we have to start the match at 5, they should start checking the players' cards at 4:45, because it takes around 10 to 15 minutes to check both the teams' cards. And if we do this, we can start the tournament right on time at 5 p.m. And the 35-minute each half will be attained. Why we are not able to keep the timing of 35 minutes each half is because people come late. If the GFA has will, it can impose the strictness about the timing for an interval age match. And I think the GFA should do this. As regards to interval age, another part of it, now we have what is called as the open tournaments. And here the interval age clubs suffer, because these open tournaments tend to offer something between 2,000 to 4,000 to each player to play for them. And that is how the players go to an open tournament rather than come to the club which is fielding the interval age team. This has to stop. There are enough laws in place of the GFA that registered players and registered referees will not participate in the open tournaments. But this has failed to deter them. They still, the registered players go there and play. The registered referees also sometimes do their refereeing, which has to be stopped by the GFA if interval age has the quality has to improve. For the future, we need, at least at the village level, we need to have coaching clinics or academies. Football is a sport of Goa, as declared by the government. The GFDC should actively encourage clubs on a sharing basis to start football academies. And let this happen from the age of 8. Because a medical practitioner told me, if the pulse rate is below 70 and below, the stamina is high. A player should have a stamina of around, for around 120 minutes, which can be developed only as a child, not when you grow older. So this has to start from school level, from the age of 8. Now, if GFDC can step in and help the clubs to establish academies in each of the villages where the school and the club together work, there is a big future for our children in football. I know that people are not very interested in football because they say there is no much scope in football. in terms of their dependence on football for future. But then, if we start training people from very young age, that interest in them will develop, the stamina will develop, and naturally the clubs will have to also pay more and provide them a job. We have to reach this level, and if this level has to be reached, let us, with the help of the Goa GFDC, establish coaching camps, the academies in each of the villages in collaboration with the club, where the expenditure could be shared 40 to 60. This is my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joy. Mr. John, your views on the quality of matches and on the organizing front, please.
I would like to thank GFDC, GFA, and thank you, Padvid, for inviting me here. I'm from St. Anthony Sports Club, Manna Sholim. I've been running this club for a couple of years. I have started with age groups, then third division, second division, now we are in first division. So after playing all these divisions, we have come up to the end of first division, and it's really hard, and we were more participating in inter-village tournaments. We were organizing also inter-village tournaments. 2 years we couldn't afford to make inter-village tournaments due to sponsors. I'm from north side. I saw a lot of inter-village tournaments. It's not happening now at present, because some days you get sponsors, some day you don't get sponsors. Like if you are politically involved, you get sponsors. Otherwise, it's very hard. That's the time I was together running GFDC with Gregory. I was taking his boys under 13. With these boys, we used to put for couple of days, couple of years. Then we carried on with this for some years, and then we couldn't do it more because the sponsor is getting less and less every time it happens to us. Even now, Shavilovo, he helped us for first division without taking any money. We are really struggling for first division because the system had come, CRS system. CRS system have really made us more difficult because we were not paying any money for our players, because those boys were playing from 13 to third division to second division to first division. We were not paying so much, any money to them. But now the boys got an option after CRS that they can get some money. So they started playing from third division to second division, and then I get less players. So because I don't have sponsor, it is difficult because to run a club, people help you in 5 years' time. After that, there is nobody that you have to look after the club. So inter-village really help us. But nowadays, what happens is, there is open tournaments also because, and when there is open tournaments, it's very hard to bring the inter-village player to open tournament because they don't like to come, because it is more difficult for everybody, I think. Because open tournaments makes them more attractive, more money, and it's finished in one day. But inter-village tournament, it has format of restrictions, putting referees, and there is a lot of cost, even in when we do interward also. But nowadays, we used to have 36 teams in interward. But nowadays, nobody is interested to do one tournament in one season because there is a lack of sponsors, and nobody is interested to do because due to open tournaments. I think there should be some changes because it's getting difficult for the small clubs like who's running first divisions, then they don't get players. But we have to work something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. Mr. Anthony, your views on the quality of matches and on the organizing front of inter-village tournaments, please.
Good afternoon and good evening. Pulsate Dev Barkor Mota, GFDC, Goa Football Association, Albert Sir, Pat Win. एक opportunity दिल्या पहिली पार्टी लायफां इसोली एग्जांपल उलोवपाचें इंटर-विलेज म्हणटा तें आमगेलें पॅशन फुटबॉलाचें गोंयकारां जें फुटबॉल पॅशन आहा इंटर-विलेजीचें सो येता कोणालो चेडो फुटबॉल खेळटा तेगे पाय चोवपा येता तेगे माय चोवपा येता सो एक फॅमिली कशी ते इंटर-विलेजी पावता ते भायर शेजऱ्या कोण खेळटा जाल्यार सगळे शेजारी येताय शेजऱ्यागे चेडो खेळटा जाल्यार एक वाडो पासून येता आमगे वाड्याचे मुगले वाड्याचे तीग जाण खेळटा जाल्यार आमगे वाडो वयतालो चोवपा मुगे भाव खेळटा जाल्यार आमगे माय पासून वयताली चोवपा चलोन दांडो ग्रावंडार म्हणटरीच ही आमगे पॅशन म्हाका दिसता ही पॅशन तर आमी सांबाळना इंटर-विलेजीची मुखार आम फुटबॉल प्लेयर मेळपा न्हय आनी इंटर-विलेजी थोडे थोडे मातशें इम्प्रूवमेंटूय जालां जेन्ना GFA मुखार आसली तेन्ना तेजो इम्प्रूवमेंट जाला आनीक डिसिप्लीन वाडलो आहा पयलें हें मातशें कंट्रोला भायर आसतालें आतां तें कंट्रोलाचें आहा जेन्ना क्लब आहा कितें डिस्प्यूट जाता ऑर्गनायज करता तेन्ना क्लब डेफिनेटली डिस्प्यूटा लागून GFA सपोर्ट घेताय जेन्ना ऑर्गनायज कोताय ऑर्गनायजींग पार्ट आसता तेन्ना GFA गे तेंगे सगळीं परमिशन मेळटा ते कॉमेस कोताय आमगे दांड्यार 5-6-7 टोर्नामेंट तरी जाताय आनी ते पावसान जाताय म्हणटरीच आमकां एक स्टार्ट जालो म्हणटरीच तो सारको एक कॉम्पॅक्ट टोर्नामेंट करपा पडटा अदरवायज एकल्यान तर कितें जालें मिस्टेक जाली जाल्यार फाटल्यान आख्खें चुकता शेड्यूल चुकता सो वी हॅव टू डू इट इन अ वेरी कॉम्पॅक्ट मॅनर मुगेलें एकूच आतां जायतें इंटर-विलेज चोयलें केलें म्हज्या लायफान हांव 1990s आहा हितून म्हाका दिसता ही आतां बॅडमिंटन म्हणून टायमींग 5 o'clock स्टार्ट जायना थोडे एक म्हाका एक दिसता तशें GFAन एक रिस्ट्रिक्शन काडो आहा 5 तर प्लेयर पावनाय टिमीचे इंटर-विलेजीचे फाटल्यान तांकां रेजिस्ट्रेशन एक फॉर्म दिताय तेजेर नांव बरोवपा पडटाय आख्खी लायन अप आनी ती लायन अप रेफरी चॅक कोताय बिफोर द स्टार्ट ऑफ द मॅच जरी तर तुगे प्लेयर ना तूं भायर फाटल्यान पडटा प्लेयर भायर इंटर-विलेज एक कार्ड केलो आसता GFAन आमगे इंटर-विलेजींत चडशे प्लेयर मोर लेस काम करपी आसताय थोडे स्टुडंट आसताय ट्युशन आसताय म्हणटली थोड्यांक 5 शार्प पावनाय थोडे हाटपटाय म्हणटलीच प्लेयरां खबर आसता आपल्यागे प्लेयर कोण पावलो ना तो हांवें कितले जाण ऑब्जर्व केले बेश्टे मॉचीस बांदताय थोडे बेश्टे मुतपा वयताय असो टायम काडाय म्हणटरी 5, 15, 5, 10 असो टायम जाता जरी तर आमी कितेंय एक उपाय घेवन कोण फाटल्यान पडटा प्लेयर जरी तर ताका लायनअपाचें तेगे नांव आहा तो प्लेयर इलिगल जावपा जायना कित्याक जेन्ना कार्ड आहा तेजें नांव बरोवपा जाता लायनअपाचें फाटल्यान प्लेयर पडाय जाल्यार तांकां घेवपा म्हाका दिसता तशें नाजाल्यार हो टायम 5 केन्ना जावपा ना प्लेयर बेश्टे एसी तेशी रावन जावं टीम मातशें फाटी शेजाय कित्याक कोण येयले ना जाल्यार मातशें डिले कोताय कित्याक इम्पोर्टंट थोडे प्लेयर आसताय थोडे 5, 15, 5, 10 पावताय जरी तर तेच प्लेयरांची नांवां सबस्टिट्यूट लिस्टान तर घालीत आनी ते फाटल्यान तर एंट्री दीत कांय व्हड डिफरन्स जायना हें पयलीं चलतालें पूण आतां थोडेशे रूल मातशें एमेंड केले आनी हेका लागून मातशें फाटपटाय आनी इंटर-विलेज दुसरें म्हणल्यार इंटर-विलेजी एक डिफरंट इमेज आसता तितून पॅशन आसता तितून गांवचो लोक इनवॉल्व आसता म्हटली तेज बरोबर एक तर प्लेयर ना आख्खो गांवचो लोकूच डिसअपॉयंट जाता चड फावटी गांवकारांक खबर आसता आपल्या प्लेयर खंय काम वयता लेट पावता हांव म्हणा त्या प्लेयरा लागून गेम लेट कोचीस पूण एक ऑपॉर्च्युनिटी दिची जरी तर तो प्लेयर रेजिस्टर्ड आहा ताका लायनअपाचें गांव तेजें नांव तर सारकें आहा तेन्ना खेळोवं दिवपा जाता अशें हें म्हजें इल्लें सजेशन आहा
Thank you, Baba Anthony. Listening to all the 4 panelists' opening comments, Mr. Pango pointed out about coaches being present to spot talent at inter-village tournaments. And he also spoke about the time. To elaborate a little more on the timing, matches generally start past 5 p.m. The duration of the match is sometimes 45 to 50 minutes, the total duration of the match, not each half, the total duration. And if you calculate the ball in and ball out, the actual play time for these matches reduces to about 50%. So in a match which has taken place for 45 or 50 minutes, you are playing only 22 to 25 minutes actually. And this is not fair because this really doesn't give an opportunity to the players to showcase their talents. In such a situation, all the panelists I think have suggested that the GFA should step in and follow the timings strictly. Matches should start at 5 p.m. Mr. Joy spoke about open tournaments. From my experience also, being from a local club, this is a big problem for us. We groom the players throughout the season with a hope that they will make it big. But when they hear the name of open tournaments, the players ditch the clubs and they go there because they get more money. The problem with this is we are supposed to play an inter-village match that particular day. We are short of players. There are walkovers. The reputation of the organizers is gone for a toss, and nobody gains in this situation. Johnny, you spoke about financials. We will elaborate a little more, and also on the interward. So my next question to you, Mr. Pango. How important are interward tournaments for spotting talent to replenish the village club supply of players? Interward tournament, जायते जाताले पहिले, अजून जाता, जायना, and how important they are to get a supply, continuous supply of players to the village clubs?
इंटरवर्ड हो टोर्नामेंट जावप म्हळ्यार चड गरजेचो. तुजी गांवची टीम एक तयार करपाक मेवता, क्लब टीम करपाक मेवता, आनी तुज्या वाड्यान कितले भुरगे टॅलंट आसा ते तुका विचून काडपाक मेवता. तुजो क्लब म्हणटच त्या क्लबाक खेळोवपाक मेवता. आनी इंटरव्हिलेजें चड गरजेचें. पूण आयज पळोवन गेल्यार तितले इंटरवर्ड टोर्नामेंट दिसनात. कित्याक दिसनात? गांवचेच खेळटात आनी उपरांत झगडीं करतात. कोण सजमोन घेयना. आनी हेच कारणाक लागून 90% आज इंटरवर्ड आसा ते बंद पडलेले आसात.
Thank you, Pango. Joy, would you like to elaborate more on this?
I think even before the inter-village tournament started, there were a lot of inter-ward tournaments going on, especially in our village of Chandor. The inspiration for starting an inter-village tournament came from the inter-ward. The inter-village started around 1973. Chandor, Raya, and Johnny Memorial were the first three inter-village tournaments that started. And thereafter, because after liberation, there were a lot of grounds in different villages. And thereafter, many villages carried on the tradition of inter-village tournaments. I feel the inter-ward tournaments are very important, where you can spot the talent in a child. And both the club, the state finally can benefit from it.
As my colleague says, inter-ward tournaments are very important because when we start inter-ward, we were having almost 5-6 inter-wards when the rainy season starts. So maybe total teams of 36. And every day we watch these introvert tournaments due to we get some hidden talents and we don't know these boys sometimes. So we get these boys and we watch all the time because we don't know these boys sometimes because they're all inside. When introverts come, I मुझे team gal le, तुझी team gal le, then we know one players who is really good, and then we choose them for taking in our team, like for some division wise or inter-village. So we give them opportunities. So introvert हो बंद जांग जायना आसलो, पण आता तेंची प्राइसिंग खूब जाला, कॉस्ट कितलो वाडला तेंचो आता ड्यू टू रेफरीज प्लस मार्किंग ग्राउंड्स बॉल बॉय हे सगळे पळोवंक गेल्यार सगळ्यांची रेट वाडला आनी तो प्रायस जेन्ना जाता तेन्ना 10,000 नाल्यार 15,000 आसतालो. मागीर कोणें येयलो आनी 1 लाख केलो. 1 लाख केलो, अरे इंटर विलेजीकूच 1 लाख जायना, तुवें 1 लाख केलोय. पूण टिमी जाल्यो 36 टिमी, 36 टिमीचे सगळे बरे उमेदीन हा हो जिखतलो तो जिखता. थोडे जाण एक टीम कोत्ता, एक स्ट्रॉंग टीम कोत्ता इंटरवर्डान, पूण थोडे जाण आहा ते आपणाचे मोचे घालता. पूण इट्स इम्पॉर्टंट फॉर अस ऑल्सो वी आर वॉचिंग बिकॉज वी वील गेट सम प्लेयर्स फ्रॉम दीस बेसिकली. सो it should happen, but now it's not happening. Now last for 5 years we are having introvert only. This year we didn't have any, maybe panchayat cups, but otherwise it's very hard to have introvert.
Okay, thank you, Johnny. My question to Anthony, like Mr. Pango said, coaches used to come, they spot the players. My question to you is, players are spotted at the inter-village tournament. Tingasan te oir gele, professional club खेळपाक गेले. When they go to a professional club, okay, they are at the highest level, right? So should those players be allowed to play in the inter-village tournaments when the Goa Professional League is running? No.
Hello. ना जोरी तर प्लेयर प्रोफेशनल पावलो, प्रोफेशनल लिगे पावलो, तेका एक कॉन्ट्रॅक्ट आसता आनी पेमेंट आसता. सो बेसिकली तो आपल्या गेले पात्रांको फेल कोता इंटर विलेज जावं इंटर वर्ड. एक पार्ट तुवें प्रोफेशनल क्लबाक गेलो तेन्ना ताका इंटर विलेज खेळप मेळटा देखून जाल्यार तेणें खेळप न्ही. कित्याक पयलीं तुका पागार तुवें तुगेले 100% कमिटमेंट थिंग आसपाचो. जेन्ना तूं कोण पागार फारीक कोता, सॅलरी फारीक कोता, तुगे कामा पासत कोताय, तुवें ताका 100% तुगेले जो ओनर आहा ताका दिवपाचें. म्हाका दिसना तें इंटर विलेज पोत्तून तें खेळपाक. आनी इंटर विलेज खेळपाक टायम आसता ते कॉन्ट्रॅक्ट काबार जाल म्हणटा तुज्यान इंटर विलेज खेळपा जाता. जेन्ना तो प्लेयर तेगेलो कॉन्ट्रॅक्ट काबार जालो जाल्यार वेन ही इज नॉट एज ए प्रोफेशनल. आनी पेट बीन बाब हांव एक सांगत तुका, जेन्ना इंटर विलेज तूं म्हणटालो आतां इंटर विलेजी प्ले कोच सिलेक्ट कोताय म्हूण, इंटर विलेजी कोच प्लेयर सिलेक्ट जावन म्हाका एकूच एग्जांपल दिवपाक दिसता. आज एंटनी पेरेरा फ्रॉम नावेली, ताका नावेली हेड आसतना सालसेट फुटबॉल क्लब आमगे क्रेडल ऑफ फुटबॉल सालसेट फुटबॉल क्लबान कितले बरे प्लेयर केले इंटर विलेजीन तूं सिलेक्ट कोन्न. हिंग कितले आसतले सालसेटीले आनी आमी तांकां वालोर दिवपाचो सालसेट फुटबॉल क्लब. तेसो एंटनी पेरेराचो एक एग्जांपल दिता तुका हांव. From inter-village Naveli into Sunset Football Club to Tempo. So much of talent, Ashkon. Inter-village son पावले. आनी कितले आहाय हांव एग्जांपल दिता जाल्यार पूण एक सांगेल तुका इंटर-विलेज मुट्टी तसलीच आनी कितले प्लेयर येताय आमगे दांड्या पासून मॅथ्यू क्रॉस आनी आसोताच आनी तो थिंगा चोयता आनी केन्ना सजेशन बी घेता आनी थिंगचोन हें कोता. म्हणजे इंटर-विलेज इज तूं सांगता तें सारकें.
Thank you, Anthony Bob. Anthony Pereira म्हण सांगला तो डेम्पोक गेलो, and he was also named when they completed their 60 years, one of the top 50 footballers from Dempo Football Club. My next question is to Mr. Joy De Silva. Joy, the question is, how do the village clubs sustain financially? And I want you to elaborate a little more on the Hausi or Tambola. What role does it play in getting finances for the club during the inter-village matches?
the inter-village tournaments cannot be held if there is no help. A lot of villages come forward and donate generously for the tournament. As regards housing, that is a great source of income. I can tell you for my club, on a final day, we at least make around 3 to 4 lakhs. That is our income just on the final day. And the entire tournament will be around more than 5 lakhs. That's because of the enthusiasm of the villagers, first of all. See, the tournament is so much ingrained in the hearts of the villagers because it is one of the oldest tournaments, first 3 tournaments. So people voluntarily come forward and help through their donations, and housing is always a hot sale. It is very important, otherwise we cannot sustain this tournament. We have been able to make profits after having the tournament. We have been able to make profits and put the same money in football again.
Thank you, Joy. I think we are running out of time. Yes, Pango, if you would like to add something, please.
इंटर-विलेज टुर्नामेंट करप आनी ताचेर 2 पैसे जोडप. जो इंटर-विलेज गांवांत जाता म्हाका दिसना फायनान्शियली प्रॉब्लेम जायना. लोक गांवचो आपूण जावन फुडें सरता हो आपलो टुर्नामेंट म्हूण हो फायनान्स करपाक. आनी जायते बरे दुसरे मागपी आसात हो इंटर-विलेज टुर्नामेंट सक्सीड करपाक जायते जाण पयशे येतात. आनी खरेंच म्हणल्यार इंटर-विलेज हांवें पयलें म्हणलें एक तर आदी इंटर-विलेज आनी आतां इंटर-विलेज डिफरन्स जाल्या. म्हाका दिसना पयलो आदली इंटरनॅशनल इतले प्लेयर जाले जाल्यार म्हाका दिसना इंटर-विलेज खेळनासतना कोणूच प्लेयर जावंक ना. इवन डेरिक पेरेरा मुंडेर स्पोर्ट्स क्लब प्ले राया ग्राउंड रायट कितले पावटी खेळ्ळा राया ग्राउंड इंटरनॅशनल जाच पयलो. ते भाशेन इवन जायते लोक हावजी बी काडून जायतो क्लबाक सपोर्ट करता. आनी हे पयशांचेर इंटर-विलेज क्लब आसात ते दुसरे कडेन बी पार्टिसिपेट जाता आनी भुरग्यांक आपले विलेजीचे चान्स मेवता. खरें सांगपाचें म्हणल्यार म्हाका हांगासर सांगपाक एक अभिमान कसो येता. इवन आवर राय स्पोर्टिंग क्लब आमच्या फायनलाक डोनेशन सोड फायनलाक मोर देन 5 lakhs हावजी इनकम. म्हणटच क्लबाची शिस्त एक इम्पॉर्टंट आसा. क्लबाची शिस्त म्हणटा ती क्लबाचो हिशोब बिशोब म्हणटा हाती भायर वचपाक जायना. आनी हें तर हाती भायर गेलें जाल्यार जायते बरे मागपी आसा ते तुका डोनेशन दिवपाचें आसा ते बंद करतात. दीस इज व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट. कोणूय क्लब चलयता डिसिप्लीन आसपाक जाय पयलें. जायते कडेन आयकूं येता अशें तशें जालें. इंटर-विलेज करपाक गांवचे जायते जाण फाटीं आहा. ओपन टुर्नामेंट करया म्हणलें जाल्यार 4-5 जाण करपाक रेडी आसा. कित्याक सगळो इनकम 4 जाणांच्या पॉकेटान. ते म्हणजे आपलेपण करता आपल्याक लागून पूण ते गांवचें बरेपण करपाक कोना. म्हणटच इंटर-विलेज करपाक इंटर-विलेज म्हूण ते गांवचे लोक सपोर्ट करतात. इवन इंटर-विलेजीक इतलो लोक जाता कित्याक आयज ती गेम खेळटा जाल्यार ती विलेजचे कितें म्हणटा आपली गेम ती मुगे गेम खेळटा हांव वयतलों चोवपाक ताका लागून चड सपोर्ट जाता. इवन FC आतां पयलीं जायते आमगे पयलीं डेम्पो ISL जाले कितलो लोक येयलो मागीर मागीर आतां लोक उण जायत वयता. कित्याक आमकां बरे क्वॉलिटी प्लेयर जाय. हांव एक जाणा माय रॉंग और रायट एक प्लेयर आसलो कितें नांव तेजें विसरलो लास्ट टायम बरो फेमस जालो तो FC गोवाक नॉट रोमियो कोरो इलो भुरगो पासून हांवें नको तो चोयल्ला पासून कोरो 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 म्हणूंक लागले. ते भाशेनी एक टिमीक बरो प्लेयर आसपाक जाय क्वॉलिटी प्लेयर आसपाक जाय आनी तेन्ना लोक सपोर्ट करता. थँक यू व्हेरी मच.
Thank you, Mr. Pango. I leave the floor open to the audience. If you have any questions to our panelists, please. Yes, Lecter.
Check. Hello. Yeah. This is not a question, but this is a suggestion. We talk about quality of football. In intervillage, if we talk about quality of football, I've played a lot of football, intervillage football. And in our days, we used to practice together, the village players. And one senior player would just tell us to do this exercise, that exercise. And then we would play and then disperse. But today we are in times where we need to have structured plan for these intervillage teams with proper coaching. This is one area where we were in an earlier session, we heard that coaches need experience, they need more matches. Now, so many intervillage games are being played. Are these intervillage teams, do they have a coach? That is one question. If you want to improve the quality, I feel every team must have a coach. If it is an issue of finances, if they cannot spend money for the coaches, then I suggest that at least every intervillage club should nominate one player for the D license, so that every club, intervillage club, has a coach. This is very important. Another thing I would like to say is, yes, I can understand players being banned from playing intervillage football, the players who are playing in the GPL. I played a lot of intervillage football, and I was also playing in the senior division those days. Those days there were no such restrictions, but the presence of senior players in the intervillage teams, it helps them a lot to guide them and improve the standard of the game. Now what happens here is there's a blanket ban on players playing in the GPL to play in the intervillage. In a team there are about say 25, 27 players. On a particular day, maybe 18 players will be there in the list of players who are supposed to be played. There are so-called fringe players. They are always in the 25, 26, 27, or 20 onwards maybe. Where do they get any competition to grow as a player? What happens to them? We have 484 players registered in GPL, out of which how many players are actually taking part in GPL, and how many players are just out there on the stands? Neither they play there nor they play intervillage. I just want you all think about this, GFA also. These are my thoughts.
Thank you, Lector. So we end this session on intervillage football here. I would like to thank all my panelists. There's a question?
I have a question.
Okay, sorry. Mr. Mariano, yes.
Anybody can answer. Since the intervillage matches have been played for 35 or 30 minutes each half, how best this is going to help football players? And second one, you said ball in, ball out. So when we play for 35 or 30 minutes, in the high intensity match, players touches the ball only for more or less 2.5 to 3 minutes. And if we played 35, how much the player will touch the ball, and how much that player, it will help that player to play top level in future, you see? Anybody can answer? Did you get a question? Yeah.
Sorry, they didn't get the question. Can you repeat, please?
When we play 35 minutes, is it going to help the individual players to get better? And when the ball is in and out, they are only touching for 3 minutes. Will this help, playing for 35 minutes, help the players to improve?
Yeah, anybody would like to answer this?
Hello.
खरें सांगपा म्हणल्यार 35 मिनिट्स लेस. पूण दुसरे वदान जायती प्रॉब्लेम आसा. इंटरविलेज जायते खेळोंक येतात ते भुरगे कामाक वेतात आनी ते 5 जात्री पावतात चडशे इंटरविलेज. म्हणटच 35 मिनिट्स लेस, नो डावट लेस. 35 मिनिट्स खेळटा तितले 30 मिनिट्स पासून खेळनाय लेस ते. पूण सेकंड प्रॉब्लेम म्हणटा तें कामां बी भुरगे वयताय तेजे मातशें इंटरविलेज प्रॉब्लेम जाता. म्हाका एक उगडास आसा नावेली ग्रावंडाचेर 45 मिनिट्स इंटरविलेज टोर्नामेंट जालो आनी तेणें तो टोर्नामेंट कोन्न दाखयल्लो आसा. तेजें नांव जावन आसा डॉमिनीक, CRSC क्लब. हे भाशेन तर आमी तर एक एक क्लबांनी इनिशिएटीव घेतली जाल्यार एकदम बऱ्याक पडटलें आनी प्लेयरांकूय चड वेळ खेळपाक मेळटलो. पूण क्लबांनी सजमोंक जाय. आपले 15 क्लब 15 प्लेयर आसात ते बरे आसात आनी तेच आसल्यार गेम खेळपाची नो. तेणी क्लबांनी चिंतपाक जाय आपूण दुसऱ्या भुरग्यांक तयार करून तांकां चान्स दिवपाक आनी तेन्नाच इंटरविलेज चड प्लेयर मेळटले. थँक्यू.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. How many of your clubs have girl or women's teams or have a tournament for female players?
The GFA currently organizes the Vedanta Women's League, and for the current season there are 6 teams that are registered. Yeah, and also in the Khelo India, under 15 girls are playing. There are 12 teams playing in that. Okay, so I know we would all like to discuss more, but sadly we have run out of time for this session. More sessions are to follow. So I thank all my panelists for giving their valuable time here. Thank you very much.
Check.
Please be seated. Thank you. May I request Brahmanand Shankwalkar to kindly present mementos to our panelists. To Mr. Anthony Rodrigues. Yeah.
Check.
To Mr. John. To Mr. Joy
hello,
De Silva.
hello.
Da Silva.
Mic test. Mic check.
To Mr. Anthony Pango, and to our moderator,
Hello.
Patwin Fizado. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now have or begin the 6th session of the summit, which is on grassroots, youth football and academies. The moderator for this session is Shri Pradyum Reddy, CEO, Dempo Sports Club. The panelists are Shri Lois Barreto, promoter of football of South Goa United, Shri Melroy Maura, operations manager, Cesar Football Academy, Shri Nathaniel DeCosta, head of grassroots development, Forza Goa Foundation, Shri Bruno Coutinho, Arjuna awardee and director coaching, the Sports Authority of Goa, and Shri Francisco Nunes, the executive member of the Goa Football Association. Requesting him to kindly take over the session.
Check. Test, check. Check, test.
Yeah, check. Okay, good afternoon. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you to the organizers, especially Albert Colasso, GFDC, and everyone who's put together, and especially for inviting me to talk on this topic, which I'm quite passionate about because I started my coaching career with youth football, and I'm hoping that I'll finish my career as well working with youth football. And just to give context, because we've got 5 panelists here, and to give a little bit of direction, because the topic's about grassroots, youth football, and academies, and there's a lot of things to cover. So just for those of you sitting at the back as well, just to give you a context, I think if we look at Indian football at the moment, there's a great research paper done by a friend of mine, Richard Hood. It's about 206 pages, but the important features of it in terms of Indian football is, despite our population size, 14% of the population pretty much produce most of the footballers in India. So that's the states, whether that's ISL, I-League, under-21 senior national teams. And I think if you look at the states that represented in India, Goa comes in 6th. But over the years, if you look at Goa in football, whether it's in the ISL, as in the first one, and the I-League, the minutes that players are playing is coming down significantly in terms of over the years. It's now, the percentage-wise, is down to about 8%. The other worrying trend, I think, in football is whether I-League minutes, ISL minutes, Goan players are playing less and less minutes over the years. And in terms of then when they make their debut, because we're talking about youth football, Goan players typically make their debut into Indian football a lot later. It's most of them around the ages of 24 plus. Whether that's because of age fraud and other reasons, we'll look into that. It's one of the things I'd like to discuss with our panel. And in terms of this national team over the years, we've got a lot of people in this audience who've represented India, played for India from Goa. But over the years, if you look at it, that's declined in the senior national team. The under-23, it's almost, again, it's declined massively. And the bottom one, which some of you can't see, is under-17, where there's hardly any representation of players from Goa in the senior national team. We at Dempo, we had 1 player in the recent under-17 squad, but as a state, the numbers have significantly dropped. And getting closer to home, and literally this is close to home because we are in the area near Saltet, and I think we just spoke about it with the previous panel, majority of the players in Goa, when we map the minutes, and this is a recent survey done, come from these districts, with over 46% coming from Saltet alone. And lastly, just coming down to the under-21 representation at the moment in the last under-21 league, the Saltet, again, highest representation, and then it drops down, you can see Tiswadi, Bades, and then after Kepe, it's a significant drop in number of minutes. So firstly, just coming straight to our panel for the discussions, just wanted to ask the ones who are from the representation like GFA, GFDC, SAG, how can we address this problem that is there across the state? So Bruno, we'll start with you.
Good evening. I can say that if something has to come forward in any department, first GFA and SAG or GFDC should come together and form something what is very important to uplift the Goan football. It is youth, it is senior, it may be anything, in women or men, no doubt about it. But GFA, SAG, and GFTC should come forward. If GFA goes to the government to ask something, why can't GFA come to the concerned department and ask something that they have to come forward? My first point is that with GFA. GFA should take the stakeholders together and come ahead to do something for football. It is not that they go and ask only what they can do. But for me, now let's take one example in this. There is GFDC running a lot of centers all over Goa. GFA should take GFDC into their hand and ask them, let's fill their teams into their leagues also. That's my most important thing.
So Francisco, now obviously there's a lot of centers around. Could it be something where GFA does incorporate? We've seen in the past GFA has allowed AFF youth teams to play in their leagues. Is it something where now we could see maybe GFA working with,
Hello.
whether we have SAG teams like SAI teams or GFDC
Hello.
center teams playing in the league as well?
Good evening, friends. I agree with what Mr. Bruno has said. Everybody has to work together for the growth of football in Goa. Goa Football Association does its part. Sports Authority of Goa does its part. Then we have the Director of Sports and Youth Affairs, GFDC, all powerful organization. Only thing, we are not on one common platform. If all of us come together on one platform, we'll come back to where we were years back. And I'm sure with this summit, this is the starting point for the turnaround for football in Goa.
Now, Lewis, Melroy, Nathaniel, now you're working with individual clubs. Now, I think the reality we know is it might take a long time before we start to see cooperation between some of the umbrella organizations and see that. But as private clubs, how do you feel you can address some of those issues in terms of the small pockets where players are being produced in Goa, and how Goa can start to produce more players that can play in the India youth teams?
Good evening, everyone. I like to thank Government of Goa, GFDC, GFA, and Sir Albert Culasso giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Coming back to the question, I think I just wanted to speak on that thing first.
Sure.
Yeah. GFDC is doing a good job, doing everything, but I feel like somewhere they are lacking something. Everything they do, training, everything, but those boys who are training, they are not getting chance to perform their talent. They are not participating in any tournaments. They are not organizing any tournament. I think they should start with that first.
Okay. Then Melroy, just to get your take on it from a club's perspective on youth development and how we can, tackle those pockets of areas in Goa.
Good evening, everyone. In my opinion, I think the corporate clubs, Cesars, Salgonkas, Dempos, I think we all need to come together and maybe spread out the baby leagues, the grassroots in different zones across Goa so that we can reach out to distant areas like Konkani, then Sangye, Kepe side, where there is very less competition to start with. So the Blue Cubs leagues can be a collaborative effort between all these clubs who can manage, because if you ask me, if a club is doing it single-handedly, it will be very difficult to reach out to these different places altogether. But if we do it as a combined effort, I think we can reach out to a more number of kids and more number of aspiring, budding players. I think that would be the starting point, and I think some bit of support from the government authorities as well, because many areas in the south, in Kutchore, in Kepe side, if we have some good facilities, some good grounds with access, stadium access, like Guardian Angel is playing in Goa Professional League, but they don't have a ground to train well, and they are opting for their home matches at different places, which is very distant from their location. So that would also help these clubs to promote and start with the grassroots centers closer to the areas of their operations.
Okay, Nathaniel, tougher question for you now. Obviously, they've, as a government organization, they have to spread themselves out and has to be equal. GFA has to have a footprint everywhere. Whereas as a private clubs, you look at that data, will you now be more inclined to focus your resources on areas where you feel you can produce? Because obviously you guys are doing a fantastic job with your Little Goals leagues and you have multiple centers now. Will you focus them in target areas, or will your vision still be to spread it out and make it as pan-Goa as possible?
Good evening. The vision with the Little Goals League was always to get as many players as possible. But of course, getting research data like this helps us narrow which areas we want to get into, because clearly science data helps us plan better, especially at the grassroots level when we don't have the resources to go to every place as we would want to. Having data like this can definitely help. We are actually looking at this data and hoping to open up our next center at Sangay or at Chandor for the Little Gauze League. But that being said, with the previous questions as well, I don't think grassroots development is rocket science. Everybody kind of knows what we have to do. Everybody had the answers to it already. It just needs one common vision, a plan from the top, and then everyone following it.
All right. Now, I think we've seen it across India. One of the fastest growing areas is youth football, grassroots football. I think if you look at cities, especially Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore, for example, the pay and train model, the paid academies, is a huge, huge booming business. And I think Lewis used one of the most recent clubs amongst everyone, 2021, I think he started, and extremely successful. Already last year, you won the Vedanta Under 15. You're producing a lot of very good players at South Goa United. So do you feel, like in the old, I remember when coming for an interview here years ago where they said, in Goa, people won't pay for football. They'll pay for cricket, they won't pay for football. Do you feel that's changing now, one, is the question, and how can you grow your model, or can you replicate what's happening in those cities?
I think idea behind this thing was like, we started our academy saying that we'll be taking some admissions. So finally it was like admission was less and scholarship was more. But I don't totally agree that parents do want to pay, like some parents want to pay. But in my academy right now, like we have around 150 to 60 kids. But just we go behind like and check, only 20 to 25 admission we have. Rest everybody is like a scholarship. So it's not that, but some parents want to pay and come. Like.
All right. Now, Melro, I think you say so, Vedanta, you have a couple of football schools as well that were opened a little bit earlier as well. So how successful will that model be in Goa? And is it something that can be replicated, like the soccer schools, like your Baichung Bhutia soccer schools, or if clubs were to open soccer schools, to use that term, in Goa, is it something that would kick off, and is that something that's needed in Goa? Because I think, as Lewis has shown, when parents are paying for something, there's an accountability. When it's something that's provided for free, there may not be that accountability for the coaches.
I agree with you, Pradyum, and at this point of time, it's not happening. But gradually, I feel the pay and play model would definitely start thriving, because, as you've rightly said, if you're not paying for anything, there's no accountability. Secondly, we spend a lot on our education, academics, and that is not coming for free. And this is something that we are doing in a specialized way. Not everyone can coach, not everyone can become a player, but if you are wanting to have your kid getting trained under clubs and different coaches, then definitely there needs to be a starting point. I think it has started now, slowly, but I think it will gradually pick up.
I think, Nathaniel, to you as well, we're seeing a few, like I think there's All Stars and a couple of others, where there's that sort of backwards integration of the soccer schools or pay and play models where they're now playing in your Little Goals League. So do you feel that's important for your ecosystem as well, or will you need to start them as well yourself?
Absolutely. I mean, post the pandemic, we have actually seen a lot more private academies, especially at the grassroots level, sprout up. And it is also being, I mean, they're not cheap, but the kind of audience that they're getting, we are seeing that is not always a local audience. It's a lot of people who have now moved to Goa and see the value in paying that amount for the children to play. That being said, for the Little Gauze League, for instance, we charge 500 rupees for a league that runs for 6 months. But a lot of parents cannot pay that. They say, no, why do we have to pay? They don't see that for 500 rupees. So while there is a small section, like Sir was saying, there's a small section of people who are willing to pay. The majority of people still do not see the value of putting money into their child's sporting future.
Okay, now, Bruno, turning it back to like the academy setup now, obviously private clubs can have academies. There's merits in whether we say kids should go away from home and be in residential academies, or whether they should stay home, stay local, and just travel to training and back. Now, you've had personal experience as being in a boarding and with the SAG, how it's run now. Do you think there's a need, because of the way the state, the travel is difficult for players from one end to the other? Like personally, even for us, our boys, we have a bus that comes from Margao, another one from Mapsa to the Dempo Academy. But maybe it's better for us if we had regional academies. So in that way, would it be wise for SAG maybe to have centers across Goa? And is that something that maybe they should look at with GFDC, of having almost regional academies inside the state?
Basically, I'll tell something about myself only. I was in St. Indian High School, Mondigiri, as a boarder. I was 10 years in boarding. I know what life it is. No grassroots, nothing. Whatever you have to do it in the boarding. No mother, no father. It's only once in a month. Sometimes they used to come to see. But we used to play barefoot on the grounds and all, because that was the final thing of us. Coming back to the centers, I know GFDC had one nice academy in Holy Spirit Church over to the south, and it was running really well. But I still say to the government that the academy is closed. Instead of one academy, they should have two academies, one in the north and one in the south, where it will be distributed nicely, where they can participate in GFA tournaments, whatever it is there. And they were catered for, a lot of players used to be playing for Churchill's and other clubs also. But when they were trained under good coaches, Matthew was training, Robert was training them, they were trained under good coaches, and there was a good result, because the team had gone to Super Mukherjee Cup in Delhi also. Apart from that, the corporate house, like the Empos, you all have a nice academy, which is running very beautiful. Cesars has a nice academy. Now, South Goa has an academy. So like this, different academies are there. But the academies will come only up when they have a good backup from somebody. If somebody, Luis is having a problem now because financially only he has 160 students with him and only 22 pay. That's what he's having a problem. But sometimes when you catch a hold of a sponsorer, and when you have your own ground, and when the sponsor's name is on the ground, the sponsor also feels proud, because most of the things are not happening over here. When you have a sponsor and the sponsor's name is on the ground, because I have been to Dubai for a lot of tournaments, and when the sponsor comes on the ground and when he sees his names around the stadium, he feels proud and he says, next year also I'm ready to give money. So like that, some things should come forward for sponsors and to do. And apart from this, I only pray to the government to have two centers, one in the north and one in the south.
I think that's a fantastic idea if we can have two centers. So,
hello. I'll just make one point. Academies is a must in Goa. Very important, because nowadays parents look up to their children that they have to go for tuitions, they have to go to school. No. They have to go for music class. No time for football. So once we have an academy in place and the best of talent is over there, parents will feel free to send their children to the academy. They know that they're going to take care of the studies. They're going to take care of their football. And once in the academy, you'll be practicing more hours. Now it is just 2 hours. 2 hours take only for the travel time from Margao to Panjim or Panjim to Margao for practices. So I feel government of the day should come forward and start more academies.
One more thing. Play and pay, it's very difficult in Goa. Very, very difficult. I'll tell you one thing. It's not like Bombay. Bombay, there are around around 20 children. They pay around 3,000. One child pays around 3,000. Over here, it is very difficult. Only few clubs, I think so. Ricardo's, this thing, Super 30, he only does, I think so. He only gets. And he charges 3 months in advance. Because whether the children come or don't come, 3 months in advance, his money is there. In Goa, that style, play and pay, that system is not from the first. And even if you try to do it now, it will never work. Because even the richest of the richest son, parent will say, why should I pay?
Okay, but do you think that's where we should change the culture, because then more coaches can get employment in the state? Because we talked earlier with coach development, if coaches, even if it isn't the same rates as obviously Bombay something. So yes, Louis.
I just wanted to add to this thing. I mean, I totally agree, because in Goa they have a lot of options. If they cannot make it to my team, like no, they have some more options, more clubs, and since now leagues are on, so every parent see that his kid is playing in all age groups, like so wherever they get chance, they take them there.
If somebody can change that system, no, so but it should be done, because otherwise everybody is getting free training everywhere. In other states, they are saying, I'm getting this much, I'm getting this much, I get this. But try to change the system and try to follow one model. If you can do it.
Now, we're coming back to the academies model. Now, if it's not possible to have multiple regional academies, you see it in other countries where they have it, where players stay with their club. So a good under-15 player will stay with South Goa United or stay with FC Goa, stay with the CESA. But once a week, maybe on a Monday, the elite players will train together at one location, or maybe in Goa, 2 locations, one in the north and one in the south. Is that something, Francisco, that GFA could look at, where they have an elite training group that trains a couple of times a month under the same coach? Because we'll see it next month where the league will stop, Santosh Trophy team gets together and they'll train for that tournament. Similarly, with any age groups, we start 1 month before, put together a team and train for that particular tournament. But wouldn't it be wiser to train throughout the year, where the best of the best get to train together? Because obviously talent is spread across lots of clubs. There's competition between clubs. If a parent of a kid is in Cavalosin, they're not going to send them to Dempo or CESA when your club is closer, Lewis. So do you think that kind of a model is something that can be implemented in Goa and will benefit us?
I think so. One more thing, what question you have said about the teams. In Kelo India, when I go for the selection trials and all for the Kelo games, the Manipur, Mizoram teams are practicing 6 to 8 months together. And they get results. But over here, what suggestion you have given, in a week, two times for a practice, sounds very good. Till the competition is close by, they can practice for 2 months and go. Not the last 15 days, only 20 days the team gets and the coach gets. And after the coach says, I got only 20 days for practice, nothing can happen. So that's a good idea, because if a coach is given first only 6 months or 7 months, the team is given the assignment to do the practice, so he can practice for two in a week 2 times.
I think now all the age group leagues are starting. I think GFA should appoint the coach, under 13 coach, under 15 coach, before starts of the league. Let the coach select his team. After 4-5 rounds, he already know which other players are there. So weekly, twice or 1 or 2 times, they can train. So that's how we can improve.
The Goa Football Association, on their part, has already put this in place. Our president, Dr. Caetano, is working on this plan to have it from next season. Now all the nationals are over. So for the time being, the coaches are the same. We have kept the coaches for the national team, the same coaches. Maybe here and there one coach has changed. So the nucleus of the team will be the same for this season and next season, especially in the underage groups. If you see the women's team now, most of the nucleus of the team is from the under 17 girls who won the championship. So that is how we are trying to work out. Maybe next season we'll try to implement this. But he's working hard on with it, along with the GFA members.
Answering to your question, Pradyum, so whatever you are suggesting, it used to happen in the early 2000s, in the north as well as south. For every age group, there were best players that were selected, and I remember my brother was one of them. So they used to train in Don Bosco's at Fatorda, the best players from the south, and the best players from the north used to train at Duler. And I think it went on for a few years in the early 2000s, and then it stopped. If that can be revived, then nothing like it. You'll have to have maybe coaches, and GFA will have to look into the sustainability of it. But it will get you a better scouting ground, and your players are already shortlisted, and you have your teams ready. all that you'll have to do is finally put up maybe close camp for a week's time and close the teams.
Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to get from everyone on the panel, is that we had a lot of these things in the past, and for different reasons they might not be there anymore. So it's how we sort of revive things that were already there in the ecosystem, and also adjust to the modern times where, like, if you had a player who's elite in your second, you'd have to release him, let's say, every Monday for that training, or from South Goa United, you'd have to release him. So there isn't that conflict between club and state team. Because obviously, at the senior level, we stop one league completely to allow this, but how to do it without stopping the leagues completely. Getting to, Bruno, again, with GFDC, you have a lot of centers across the state, but they don't play enough games. And I think all of us will agree, one of the biggest problems of youth football, and as you just said, it started now, the leagues, the youth football, but we're in October already. What suggestions would you give that we can increase the number of games and competitions to get it to the levels where, obviously, when you were playing, there was a lot more games for youth?
No, my suggestion is that the stakeholders should come together. GFA, GFDC, come together. They can organize a league, whatever league they want. But GFA should take GFDC into consideration and take the concept from them, saying that we are organizing a league. Only when you play a school league, say like school tournament, you play one match and it's over. You don't get anything else. But at least in this concept, at least GFA, GFDC organize one league where a lot of teams, there are a lot of coaches. If you see here, there are most of the coaches from GFDC. So if they get chances, they will also feel proud that they are getting at least 4 or 5 games in a year to play. So that should be there. Even like you see, FC Goa is there, Dembos, Cesar. Come together, their teams also can be filled, your team also can be filled. Let's play one league for quite a long time. It will help for the football of Goa.
Yeah, I think we completely agree that now I think Vedanta's organizing under 15 tournament next month. Nathaniel, you organize a lot of leagues as well as a few tournaments. What do you think the stakeholders like the government and others can do to help clubs like yours who are actively trying to get more football for youth? How can they help you?
I mean, the biggest challenge for anyone working in grassroots is funding. That's where the biggest cost is, and if you want to be sustainable, you need to have funding coming through. For example, the Little Gods League, at an under 6 level, kids are playing 15 matches a year. At the under 12 level, they're playing 20, 25 matches a year, which is a really good amount, but still not to the level that we aspire to get to. What we would like is, we have SAG having grounds, if they give us grounds for free. We have GFA under whom referees are working. They give us referees, we are paying full amount for referees as well. So anywhere where the government can help, where other sporting institutions can help us reduce costs, that will obviously help us get more teams, get more areas into the competition and help it run better.
If anything to add before we'll open it up to the audience for some questions. But yeah, please go ahead.
I remember Chandor Club used to organize one tournament when I used to play under 14 and all. So many local clubs inter-village clubs used to organize some tournament. Now those tournaments are stopped. Like Salsette used to organize, Chandor used to organize. I think we should organize more tournament. We should encourage the local clubs to organize more tournaments. Now Vedanta Club is starting, but over there only top teams are playing. What about the other teams? We are hardly playing around 16 to 20 matches season. So that's the problem.
So what's the barrier for you for preventing that being a bigger tournament, or trying to make it a bigger tournament, or something that the stakeholders can help?
For time being, we are playing with 8 teams. Actually, we started with around 4 teams. We have gradually increased the number of teams. Again, the bandwidth, maybe collaborative effort that we can do with other clubs that are ready to extend or expand the tournament. Time window is also one of the factors, because from June till August or September, those months we can't have much of an activity because of the heavy rainfall. And maybe artificial turf excess is also only we have Duler, which is with GFA, one maybe in the south or two maybe in the south, so that we can cover up for the lost time for those 3-4 months. We have as many matches, as many tournaments completed within those 3-4 months, and then we don't have to rush back and close and finish off all the leagues in April and May.
I can say one more thing. India Football Federation has two ties. Okay. India Football Federation has two ties. Okay. If this guy's FC Goa and Cesars are organizing tournament, let them have the second tier first and let the two teams qualify. Let them have the second tier first and let the two teams qualify. So they will also get a chance. If most teams are not getting a chance, it's only a suggestion I can give, because AFF is having first tier, second tier, so the team qualify for the next year for the tournament. So it's only a suggestion for these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great idea. So even if it's not at the AFF level, at a state level, we have a second tier where more games can be held for things. Okay, I think we'll open it up to the audience. I'm sure there's a lot of questions for these 5 gentlemen, so we'll start with the questions.
Youth has always been important to me and to my club. First of all, I might sound very antiquated, but pay and play is not the way forward. I will give you an example. The whole brass of Manchester United came to AIFF when I was in AIFF. David Gill, Brian McClare, you all know, whole brass. And they told us, you start Manchester United Soccer Schools, which was a plan with Nike. Soccer schools, you know, is completely a pay and play, something that promotes Manchester United. We asked Brian McClare, who is one of the most respected players Manchester produced, and who was the director of their academy, not the soccer schools. We asked him how many players from soccer schools have gone to any club anywhere in the world. The answer was 0. How many players from Manchester United Academy go? Plenty. Manchester United Academy is free. Selection is done. Here in Goa, the formation of GFDC was a boost for football. The bandwidth that GFDC has got, no club, GFA doesn't have, no one has got. They pay the players, they pay the coaches, they pay the administrators, they have access to the grounds, they have, they give you refreshments at all. Now GFDC and GFA and the clubs have to work together. I will give you a model in my club which was struggling. We had tied up some years back with Bethany High School. Bethany, 2 years back, became a GFTC center. Now we are working together. Bethany Government, High School, Southside Football Club, and GFTC. We may not win the league. Last year we won the second division. No, not win the league. Today, 2 players from us have gone to FC Goa. 2 players have gone to Guardian Angel. Everyone's asking for our players. This is a sustainable model. Clubs don't have to spend that much money. We spend money, but not that much money. GFDC players, trainees get a chance to play for the clubs. And it benefits everyone. And when we ask FC Goa, what is the compensation that you're going to pay us? They didn't even reply. They did not prevent the clubs, the players. The compensation because of CRS will come when they become professionals, when we become 23, by the time 8 years have passed. So I think we have to utilize GFDC and the government to the maximum extent possible. Thank you.
Yes.
For last 2 years, I'm facing the same problem. We are preparing our players, getting them ready, and when the time comes to perform, they just sign for some other clubs. For the last 2 years, we are facing the same problem. Like, means we make our players ready, and last minute the times comes to perform, like they sign for other clubs. Like.
Okay. Now, obviously, this is a problem that clubs everywhere in the world face because of this. Obviously, the parents want their kids to play in a bigger named club rather than play closer to home where the training can be equally good. Now, do you think there's a time now, maybe rules in GFA are amended a little bit to allow, let's say, the bigger clubs, the ones that are in the ISL, the I-League, etc., to adopt a local club, an inter-village club or a local club as almost like a feeder club, because it happens everywhere in the world. Your Manchester Uniteds have feeder clubs, other clubs are feeder clubs. Would that be something that would help your club, a tie-up?
I think so. I think so.
Okay, then we'll talk later. But on a serious note, is that could be something the way the future happens, whereby
My club is playing the same league, and your club is playing the same league.
No, I think that happens everywhere, where players will want to move to a place where they see a pathway because they think, like with South Korea United, you play under 13, under 15, but there's no senior football. And players sometimes only think of it, they don't realize the stepping stones, that the local clubs are the stepping stones. And you need to move at the right time. You don't have to move when you're under 13 and under 15, because the reality is, I think FC Goa will agree with this, Saisal will agree with this, we've all seen it, the players who join our teams at under 13, under 15, very rarely will play in the senior team. It's the ones that join at under 19 and later are the ones that have a better chance. So it's better that they stay local at a younger age.
Yeah, I agree with the panelists today. An academy center, but after COVID, everything stopped. And I would like to say that GFDC has almost 37 centers, okay, all over Goa, spread out. And the problem is now that we don't have a technical director. And member secretary is here, and I representing the government as well as part of GFDC, that the panelists can tell the member secretary how important is the technical director for this GFDC. If anyone can share, Bruno, I think will be the best.
Don't worry, your problem will be solved. Because we were in the panel last year, so it will be in the line. It's in the pipeline, don't worry. It will be solved. Because I know the technical director's post is very, very important for so many coaches. It will be solved, don't worry.
Thank you, Reddy, for putting up the stats, first of all. We never knew who is playing and which percentage. We never knew this. Thank you so much. I think GFA should follow this. And I am with GFDC. 6 months after inception, I have joined GFDC. And till today, I am with GFDC. GFDC was specially set up in the most remote centers all over Goa, so that we clubs. And the clubs registered with GFA, so that the boys trained are given time to play. It is not more about playing. The more you play competition, the better the boy gets. So this is the first thing. And as Sir Bruno has told correctly all the things, as academy was set up, then it was nowhere. That time the mood of the coaches also went off, saying that we are training the boys. Where are they going? Where are they supposed to go? Just play the leagues. And as you know, GFDC was set up to train 6 to 14 years. After 14, what? Nothing. We don't know where the boys go after 14. And the first thing, the player, when they're joining any club, they will approach the coach, not the parent. They will ask the coach, sir, shall we join here, join there? Yes, the coach encourages them. There was a time in GFDC, when any player was sent to the clubs, it was how you can send a player to the clubs. Why are the clubs set up? For competition. If you don't have competition, it's no use. Even they told me, you are selling the players to the clubs. I have never sold any player to the club. But if they are, if I cannot field under 15 teams, so from 13 I have to send him somewhere. I can't spoil the career of a player. So first of all, GFDC should give the hands in the clubs who are playing in GFA leagues. That is the most important point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think there's a lot of things we can add to tomorrow when we put our findings together, and definitely add that. I think that's a valuable suggestion. And just, we're running out of time, so just thank all my panelists, and hopefully we'll get some of these ideas implemented, and we'll present them to the people, so hopefully we can move forward in this direction. So thank you once again, and thank you, Evan.
Excuse me.
So we have a question left.
Sorry, we have run out of time, but you can...
Ma'am, one question.
Please make it the last question.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. I'm architect Royla Fernandez from Kanna Benauli Sporting Association, and also co-opted member in the GFA. This is a very interesting topic which was taken up today, and something which I'm also associated with. A suggestion after hearing the panelists was about the training hours. I think since Goa government has initiated this summit along with GFDC and GFA, I think the education department and the sports department also need to look into it, where practical training hours are also given. Like how Sir Albert Kulas has mentioned, they have tied up with the Bethany Convent and they have really performed well. I think just like states which are giving a lot of importance to sports, especially Orissa, we have seen that the timings for sports and the school hours are worked together so that sportsmen can get proper training hours in the early hours of the day, and then they can get back to academics. This is a suggestion to the director, to the GFDC, where you all can work with the government to put this in place. Besides this, we've also seen at the GFA that when we come to plan our leagues, even in the last women's committee meeting, it was always that exams are say. So the planners which have to be done, encouraging sports, have to be worked together with all associations. I'm not saying only football, but along with the other SCGs here and the government, especially the Director of Education also and sports, should have this feedback from the associations which are into sports so that it is planned together. Something I would like to ask the panelists is, we've been talking about players during their playing age. How does GFDC and the government, along with GFA, plan for the future of a player after his playing years? Or have we a mechanism in place so that there is a transition from playing on field and still enjoying football, like Sir Bruno and Sir Brahmanand and all of them, for the rest of the so many players later in career, where they can enjoy football for the rest of their life, and because it's their passion, and they can still continue as a profession, besides being on field.
Answering to Royala's question about the sports persons or the footballers, the life after they retire or life after football. So it's a very interesting one. I think right now there's no mechanism in place, to be very honest with you. And it has to start right from the schools, right from the grassroots, along with the coaching that is happening, counseling that has to happen, because they need to have something to lean back on once they stop playing, once they retire. It might be because of injuries, family issues, financial problems. I'm one of the sports persons sitting here and still being associated with sports in football. So I must have done something right during my playing days and continued with the studies and being here still associated and continuing in the football sector. In the morning, some of the panelists had stressed upon points wherein through football and through association in sports, you can get a lot of other avenues. You can be a sports presenter, TV presenter, journalist, physiotherapist, you can be coaches, referees. So there are a lot of avenues. It's how you take it. Apart from this, football or sports also teaches us with a lot of other qualities, to have confidence, to be punctual, to have accountability, to be respectful. A lot of things that we can inculcate through sports and football. So I think maybe the mechanism is not there at the moment, but we can start right from the young grassroots age with counseling sessions and all.
Thank you, Pradyum, and panelists. Requesting Shri Kedar Naik, Director Administration of the Sports Authority of Goa, to kindly present mementos to our panelists. Panelists, Shri Luis Barreto, Shri Francisco Nunes, Shri Melroy Mora, Shri Bruno Coutinho, Shri Nathaniel De Costa, and our moderator, Shri Pradyum Reddy. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now take a 10-minute break for tea and light refreshments, requesting you all to be back in exactly 10 minutes.
infrastructure, development of infrastructure, and how it can best be utilized for football. The moderator for this session, ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? Thank you very much. The moderator for this session is Jonathan D'Souza, the Vice President of the Goa Football Association. Panel members are the representative of the Sports Authority of Goa, Dr. Geeta Nagwekar, the representative of GFA, Dr. Caetano Fernandez, the representative of ISL Club, Shri Ravi Pushkar, and Shri Alberto Colasso, the former General Secretary of the AIFF. Shri Jonathan will now take over.
A very good evening to everyone gathered here. We are approaching the second last session of our day and a very important session. When we talk of football, we all need a ground. A ground is the most important thing to play football on. And that's where we get infrastructure. Goa boasts of possibly the highest number of grounds per capita in India. I remember Mr. Colasso when the ISL was first conceptualized in 2014. Reliance came up with a study saying that Goa had about 190 to 200 grounds in Goa. Whether they were usable or not is a different story, but 200 grounds roughly translates to about one ground for 70,000 Goans. That is possibly one of the highest per capita grounds in India. So in that way, we are blessed with a lot of infrastructure in Goa. We have also hosted many events, 2 FIFA World Cups, AFC Champions League, ISL, I-League matches, Lusophonia games, and more recently the national games. We have on our panel today 4 eminent people. I'd like to start with the person who is the custodian of most of the infrastructure in Goa, Dr. Geeta Nagwekar. She has been a civil services graduate. She was formerly with the Environment Department and now she's presiding over the Sports Authority of Goa. And what is commendable is that she has successfully hosted the national games under her tenure, which is a big achievement. And we all have to congratulate her for that. Not many people could have achieved what she did, but I think Goa did exceptionally well in the national games, and we all have to acknowledge her for that. We have Dr. Caetano Fernandez, the president of Goa Football Association, which possibly is the institution that uses the most number of government facilities in terms of grounds. Last season, GFA organized 1,414 matches and utilized almost 22 or 23 grounds all over Goa. We also have Mr. Alberto Colasso, the former secretary of All India Football Federation, also former secretary of Goa Football Association, also the man behind this summit today. He has been a former, in his role as a former secretary of AIFF, he must have visited more than 100 grounds all over India and possibly so many grounds in Asia as well. His inputs today will help us in preparing the draft, the policy document for tomorrow. And lastly, we have another eminent personality, Mr. Ravi Pushkar, the CEO of FC Goa. Interestingly, I'd like to say this, FC Goa possibly contributes the largest revenue to SAG in terms of leasing the facilities. So we leased the Bambolim Stadium recently we also have been organizing ISL matches for the last 10 years now. And I think a large revenue which is in SAG right now is from the coffers of FC Goa. So with this brief introduction, I think we'll straight away get into the nitty-gritties of our discussion. I'd like to address the first question to Dr. Caetano, since I think GFA utilizes the most government infrastructure in Goa today. Doctor, from a state association perspective, what are your expectations from the government in terms of infrastructure, mostly, also in terms of grants, but mostly related to infrastructure?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Jonathan. Madam, you are sitting next to me. We required, whenever we are hosting 1,614 grounds, matches, so we required per day at least 16 grounds. And your kitty, you have almost 200 grounds. So request to you is kindly provide us all 16 ground free of cost. As you are aware, you are only giving grant to us, and if you only take that money back to that will not help to develop football in Goa, madam. And second thing, whatever your grant is providing to GFA, traveling expense, try to make sure that whenever we submit, release it, madam, because we required a lot of money to provide waters, referees, linemen, infrastructure. So this will be my request from GFA to you, madam.
So in this, since morning we have been making a lot of demands to the government, like government should do this, government should do that, but today I'd like to ask Doctor, we haven't heard from the perspective of the government as such. So I would like to hear from you, madam, like what are the challenges that you face with regards to maintenance of sports infrastructure? Like, okay, we are all saying we need grounds, but I know your hands also are tied, you also have certain limitations. So what are the challenges that you face from your side?
Okay, good evening everyone, and thank you, Jonathan. One of the most significant challenge is to maintain the existing infrastructure what we have, and most of the sports facilities, they are of SAGs and of DSYAs in the state of Goa, and they are also maintaining them. Now, if the infras and the facilities, if they are not maintained regularly, what happens is that it becomes it becomes unsafe for the athletes and also for the visitors. And maintaining the infrastructures and the sports facility is an uphill task, especially when SAG is as good as non-profit making organization. And if the stadiums are not maintained, it discourages the people to utilize these facilities. And it also impacts the development of sports in the state of Goa. But we at SAG, we see that we give our full attention for the maintenance and upgradation of these facilities. There are several challenges what we face. Like for example, the funding is a major issue for which becomes difficult to maintain this infrastructure. Then there is if the effective accountability and administration, governance, then Goa being a coastal state, it becomes the environmental impact is also there. Then there is a safety through signages. Then we are having supervisors and the staffs which are there should be accountable. Then the compliance to meet the maintenance requirement, the optimal accessibility and the usage by all the stakeholders.
So clearly there are more challenges faced by the government on this aspect. I would like to pose my next question to Mr. Colasso. We all know Goa has a rich history in football. We have had so many professional clubs. In the morning, Marcus also had a panel discussion with professional league clubs. I would like to know, sir, from you, is considering professional league clubs have been in existence for the last 50 years, Dempo, Salgaonkar, Sporting for the last 20 years, Churchill also for the last 25, 30 years. And it is mandated as per the AFC club licensing criteria that 10% of your budget should be spent on infrastructure. Do you think that these clubs, I'm talking about the big clubs, we always blame the government sometimes, but do you think that these big clubs have not done enough for infrastructure? I would take, for example, I think Dempo right now have the best infrastructure in Goa. After that, possibly it's Cesar Football Academy, but even these clubs developed their infrastructure in the last 10 to 15 years, whereas they have been in existence for the last 50 years. So what's your take on that?
Thanks, Jonathan. I think what you are saying is very much true. Up to 2007, 2008, when club licensing regulations came, where it became mandatory to spend a certain percentage of their budget on infrastructure, youth, the clubs in Goa and everywhere in India were only concentrating in spending their money on players. With some clubs, 95% of the budget was spent on players. So that was corrected, and when we tied up with AFC, Dempo at least has built infrastructure. I'm trying to convince City Salonga to build infrastructure. But at that time, land was cheap. They had a lot of land. They did not do anything to build infrastructure. But that's the past. If I go right to the past, go down memory lane, the grounds that were available in Goa, primitive. But it's still, Brahmanand and Shabir will tell, very good football was played there. They were completely mud, the stands were of wood, you know where, see in MCC, in the Rajendra Prasad Stadium, when a tournament was going on, because there was a big crowd, every morning I and that groundsman to go around to see if any of the wooden things was broken, and then repair it. These anxieties are not there. They have been removed since the building of the Pijani Stadium in Fatorda. From then, Goa became a major venue for football in India. But the real impetus for the infrastructure was when the late Mr. Manohar Parrikar took the challenge of hosting the Lusophone Games. Lusophone Games had been postponed number of times. But then, when he felt that it affected the prestige of of Goa, he took it up upon himself. And of course, with the help of the sports department and all the government, he put up the best infrastructure for not only for football, but for all other games. We have benefited a lot from this infrastructure, and you can see that even ISL clubs come to practice here and take advantage of this infrastructure. But GFA, as both you and Kaitan have said, Dr. Kaitan have said, you hold 1,400 matches. The director of sports and school sports must be holding another 1,500 matches. We got 365 days in a year. We also have 3 or 3.5 months where you cannot play football, proper football, because of the condition of the grounds. The new grounds with beautiful turf, if you play there, the grounds will get damaged. So rightly, the grounds are closed. What we require? In my opinion, we require at least 2 or 3 grounds, artificial turf grounds in the north, or 3 artificial turf grounds in the south. At present, the government has got one good artificial turf ground, which was inaugurated this year at Santa Cruz. The Fatorda ground, the artificial ground, which was given by FIFA through the AIFF and GFA during my tenure as secretary of AIFF, he's been very poorly maintained. It can be repaired easily, but that repairs are required. We have to see what infrastructure we need. And I think we need, GFA needs more artificial turf grounds to complete their schedule, start the season from July to middle of July. And also to the director of sports, see Subroto Cup, sometimes it's played, this year at least was played in this artificial turf and King's School and in Santa Cruz. Otherwise, it's to be played in Manora ground and some other grounds. And it was not even conducted to play football. It was just for namesake that this was being done. So I think most the thing needed in Goa, we need artificial turf grounds. We required a stadium, we got a stadium. Now, you require people to fill up this stadium. When the stadium was built in 1989, we were thinking we must make the stadium bigger, but now everyone says we should shift to Bamboli and should shift to so I think we should address our needs. And as you said, I may have seen, but what I feel, what Goa needs is more playable grounds, facilities, and to be more affordable to both. I have been with FC Goa when FC Goa was founded. We had negotiated a very reasonable rate with them, but I think it's gone up exponentially, and not only for them, but for everyone else. See, my club wants to practice in the artificial turf in outside Nehru Stadium. You have to pay 3,000 rupees per hour. So 6,000 rupees per day. Can a club like mine have 25 sessions, pay 1,50,000 per month? Our total budget is 3,50,000. So please, we have to address what we need at present in Goa. Thank you, Jim.
That's a very interesting point from Mr. Kulaso regarding affordability of government properties. But then again, there is another angle where maintenance is an issue. We'll go straight to Ravi now. FC Goa, I think, are the biggest spenders of football in Goa. I think, if I'm not mistaken, we spend close to 50 or 60 crores in a year. So Ravi, like, from a club perspective, every club in the ISL is draining money. And the talk now is all about sustainability and making it financially sustainable over the years. So from an operational point of view, what are your expectations from the government? Obviously, we are renting out government properties. We don't have stadiums of our own. So when you approach the government, like, what do you need from their point, from a club perspective?
Yeah. Let me begin by saying that I don't think it's the government's responsibility to provide infrastructure to professional clubs. I think professional clubs all around the world, the global practice is that they build their own infrastructure. The unfortunate thing is that in Indian football, the system, the financial ecosystem of Indian football is not robust enough for a club to go out and build build their own stadium, right? So, I mean, we did a modeling, we tried to understand it, then the cost came out to something close to 200 crores. The way the ISL is currently in its existing financial model, spending 200 crores additionally to build a stadium is not necessary. And we very consciously also took a decision when we sort of said, do we need to build infrastructure? We realized that Goa has 200 football grounds already. So why would you go about building and adding additional grounds to it? And there we took a conscious decision to say, let's try and adopt some of the grounds that already exist. And we did that during the pandemic when Bambulim, which was initially the facility that we were renting from the SAG to train with, was used as a match venue for the ISL. We shifted to a ground which was completely barren, Salvador do Mundo. And we built that ground up to possibly what was, up until we gave it up this summer, to be the best pitch in the entire state, without a question of a doubt. Everybody who came there admitted and sort of confirmed that that fact was that that was the best maintained pitch in the state. When we took that ground, we invested close to 1 crore just to bring that place up to scratch. Once you sort of spend that sort of money, you're expecting some sort of reciprocation or support from the local panchayat or body, whoever's in charge of that facility. But after 2 years, when you're told that you no longer have to pay 25,000 a month, but you have to pay 3 lakh a month to use the facility that you have developed, then all faith is lost. So then, therefore, we've again gone back to facilities where we're again reliant on the government to provide us facilities that we can then sort of use to the best of our abilities and provide adequate training to the team and give them good conditions to train within, right? I'll give you another example. I mean, it's something that made me jump out of my seat when I was sitting there, and everybody around me realized how I jumped out of my seat. So for us to organize an ISL match, and I'll address why I'm saying this as well. For us to organize an ISL match, given the numbers that we took on average from last season, which was a completed season, it cost us nearly 45 lakhs a game, even before a ball is kicked. 45 lakhs that is going straight out of the pocket just to organize the match, right? This includes everything because the standards that are expected from, as Albert sir mentioned, from club licensing, the ISL requirements, etc., are so high that for you to organize a standard game of football takes 45 lakhs, right? And then you want to try and see how much you can try and recoup from that. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to say we're trying to make ourselves profitable or anything of that sort. If profitability was the thing, we would have long shut shop by now. It is just to try and see whether we can come close to being sustainable, right? Even sustainably is still very far away. In the panel that was sitting here regarding inter-village clubs, when the gentleman mentioned that on the that they made a revenue of on Housey of 4 lakh, I jumped out of my seat because that's more than the gate receipts that we had in the last game that we played a couple of days ago, right? So I mean, what we're getting for the amount of money that we're spending is nothing, and I've not even started on the player salaries yet. Mandar's just joined us from Northeast, who's the CEO of Northeast United. I'm sure he'll expand on this when he sits here as well. But essentially, it's a huge challenge. So for us, the only way we can sort of continue to, be alive and try and continue to push our boundaries is if we have some sort of support from the government. And I think the best way for them to support would be through consideration of cost towards the infrastructure, right? I mean, if it costs us 45 lakh to spend a game, but you're only making around 3 to 4 lakh a game in revenue and all that, after losing 40 lakh a game times 10 or 11 games that you have to organize in the season, you're significantly out of pocket, right? If the grounds are cheaper, then it means then we can also take some decisions, because ultimately, the whole theme of this is to make Goan football alive once again, make Goan football accessible once again, right? And I realize that when we come up with our ticketing pricing and strategy for, how much we want to price the tickets at, I do realize that our tickets are a little bit on the higher side as compared to maybe the Calcutta teams where they only charge 50 rupees. The cheapest ticket in FC Goa Stadium is 200 rupees. The reason it's 200 rupees is because we have to try and see whether we can bring some of that cost back somehow or the other. If tomorrow the ground charges and the exponential cost of having to operate the ground at such a huge cost is brought down, I can confidently now say it without having to go and seek permission from anybody else any further, is that immediately we will knock off the prices to bring them down to 50 rupees as well. Our endeavor is to try and make the sport accessible to the public. If the public is not invested in the sport, we're going to fail as a football club, right? And it'll happen across the board as well. So if the ground charges and the operating charges come down, and that can only happen if we have the support of the entire ecosystem, and the entire ecosystem means the SAG, the sports authorities, GFDC, GFA, all helping us with the process, because everybody has access to vendors, connections, which can all make this a lot more cheaper. Then immediately what happens is we make the ground accessible to everybody else. It's not our intention to try and price people out of attending matches. In fact, it's the exact opposite. But for us to even be able to sustain this for a couple of years, it might be a thing, right? Jonathan ironically said at the start that we're the biggest revenue contributor to the SAG at this point in time. But if you go in the current trend, maybe in 2-3 years' time, maybe we're not even capable of paying something like that. And as Albert sir said, we might have to shift to a smaller venue because we can't afford it anymore, right? So, that is the ground reality of an ISL club at this point in time. The only thing withstanding that is if you get government support, which a few of the other clubs in the country have now begun to sort of face the benefits of. Odisha government backs Odisha because they've taken sport as a policy up, as a significant policy. They have huge support. I think Mandar's done a fantastic job ever since he's moved to Northeast and managed that football club, where he's managed to extract a lot of support from the government. I'm sure he'll elaborate more on sort of the achievements that they've managed to do while they're there. And again, when he took over, I remember one game that I attended when Northeast was last playing us about 2 years ago. I think there were not more than 50 people and one guy's pet that came for that match. The last time they played, I think, Mandar, you guys had 9,000 odd people in the stadium, right? Exactly. That's more than Goa, by the way, right? So if there is support from the ecosystem behind the sport, I think the sport can then be significantly faster to develop and revive as against having to swim against the tide.
Yeah, thank you, Ravi. Interesting points. Also, I just touched upon something that Mr. Kulaso said regarding the grounds. I'll just share one interesting story about what happened in the Bandodkar Trophy last month. The team from Argentina, so there were about 2 matches played in a day, and the ground was, and it was raining heavily. The ground was in a terrible condition, and I think Ravi will agree with me. I think that was the worst I've seen Fatorda in the last 3 years. It was undulated, no grass in bare patches, goal area was completely gone. And the Argentina boys, they were under 23 boys, and they came to me and they said, one of the coaches came to me and he said, this is a gold mine for us in Argentina. He said this is one of the best grounds that they have played as a team. And mind you, we're talking about a club from the World Cup champions. So my question to Dr. Caetano, since we organize matches, are we laying too much stress on perfectly manicured, perfectly playable grounds? What Mr. Kulaso also said, in yesteryears, Shabir sir is also there, the grounds that they played on were not even 10% of what the grounds are right now. And honestly, I can tell you that the level of those players were much, much higher than what it is today. I can bet my life on that. So, sir, do you think that we are too much into giving good quality grounds? Infrastructure is there, SAG infrastructure is there all over. Maybe some are not maintained. But do you think like we can use those grounds which are not maintained, especially for the youth competition? Because I don't think if yesteryears could produce players playing on mud grounds, or even if Argentina can produce players playing on mud grounds, I don't see reason why we should not.
See, in Goa, till today, whoever best player become, they are from villages. And they are still playing on the mud ground only. So it is a profession that we should give the best facility to the teams who plays. But end of the day, who want to play there and grow their career in the football? As a GFA, we have to give the best facility, and we are providing them. Now rest to the players. See, last Bandodkar you have mentioned, Fatorda ground was the best. But they say, no, we have to play to another ground. Ground is worn out. We went to Ella ground. Then FC Goa won there. Then I asked Manalo, coach of the FC Goa, this is the best pitch you play or this is the worst pitch you play? He was just laughing me. Because Ella ground pitch was worse than our Fatorda. So that standard we have achieved in Goa. That's the reason people think that we should have a better infrastructure.
Doctor, you said about maintenance, that the government is finding it difficult to maintain the sporting infrastructure. Do you think privatization of our sports infrastructure will help? Or what are your views on, has the government toyed or thought about privatizing the sports infrastructure that we currently have?
Yes, I would say privatization of the sports infrastructure is a good concept. Privatization, it describes about a piece of property or a business, how it goes for being owned by the government to be leased to the private companies or any such stakeholders. And it will generally going to help the government to save the money also and also increase the efficacy. wherein the private companies, they can enterprise quicker, they can mobilize the changes robustly and also more efficiently. But the government choice by doing so, it may be due to the theory that very few of the stadiums, they are vacant. Maybe they can be leased out for a long term for 10 to 20 years. It could help attracting the more private sectors to invest the money into such projects. And sports disciplines, they will go into could mushroom or they can multiply. And also this could help the beneficiaries to a larger or greater number of the athletes or the sports person. But I would say this will require a very microscopic detailing and study before we entering into such concept and also finalizing the same. And there are some few aspects while privatizing these sports facilities, such as like they should ensure that the facilities are athlete-centric. Mostly they use for the sports, and private agencies should also ensure that these facilities they are sports-centric. There should be a window of availability to the organization as well as for the government events. When I say organization, it is SAG, DSYA, GFDC here. And also there should be some criteria, or there should be a clause to facilitate the usage by the local allied sports person and also the other sports stakeholders. When I say stakeholders, here again the State Sports Association what we have and sports club what we are having. And the agency should also ensure that there should not be bias, nor there should be malpractices while utilizing the sports facility. And there should be the accountability, and there should be the transparent in operation. Also, they should encourage for the uplifting. They should contribute towards the uplifting of the state sports ecosystem in the state of Goa. And lastly, I would say there should be a curb, or there should be a control of the state government to certain extents, maybe with regards to the fee structure, the allotment of the memberships, and the type of the events what they are going to have. Thank you.
Mr. Kulaso, my next question is for you. Since you have been in an era which was a pre-licensing period and also the post-licensing period, and you have been in an era which was a mix of both, like when football was just starting off in India, professional football. You heralded the National Football League in 1996, where football sort of just started going the professional way in India. And since then and now there have been a lot of changes with regards to regulations from EFC, FIFA. Do you think that these regulations are too stringent sometimes, especially for countries, developing countries like India, where football is not that financially lucrative? For example, if I just give an example, I think when I just started working off in Indian football somewhere in 2009 or 10, the minimum lux levels were about 1,200 to 1,500. Now the minimum lux levels are about 1,900 to 2,200. And of course, while I understand broadcast quality has increased, do you think that this is putting an additional burden, financial burden on clubs, infrastructure-wise, where this can be easily avoided, especially in countries like India, where the sport has not reached that level?
I fully agree with you. What AFC is doing and AIFF is doing also is a copy-paste job. See, FIFA keeps on increasing all this. So that's not applicable for our matches. When the Nehru Stadium was built, was supposed to have 800 lux output. We have played some fantastic matches there with only 450 lux output. It was televised. Z was doing television. TWI was doing the broadcasting. It was a very good quality production because in Goa, you know, the quality of the air is better than any other place in in India. And all the producers that came, were producers who were doing with TV 5 in England. They used to say, once we land in Goa, see a completely different change in the environment. So we have to convince the AIFF that all these things cannot be implemented. You are saying just now about the quality of grounds. And I will give you another example about you said about Argentina. The Zambia team came to Goa to play 2 matches prior to the African Cup. They practiced in Raya and played in the Nehru Stadium. It was during monsoon and quality of the ground was good. After he went back, he wrote a letter thanking them for these facilities. He said, this is not available in Zambia. And Zambia went on to win the African Nations Cup after that. And this coach, is very famous coach, I forget his name, he coached Saudi Arabia, he coached France, he's coaching. So we, sometimes, what Kaitan says is, because Goa means you have to give the best facilities. So we have to be a little, in fact, it's the fault of AIFF and ISL regulations. I have been part of drafting the ISL regulations. But this was not there before. It has to be more conductive. Now, so I-League, I'm associated with Dempo, we are having so many problems. We want to host the matches in our venue. They are saying, no, you provide this, you provide that. You provide 5,000 capacity stadium. 1,000 people don't come when you want 5,000 capacity stadium.
We'll take the last question to Ravi and then we'll open the floor to the audience. Ravi, we all heard, Doctor, about the problems and the limitations that the government has with regards to funding, maybe maintenance of infrastructure. Today, if the roles were reversed, say you had an opportunity to head the government and prepare a policy document, what would you do especially from a stakeholder perspective, from an association perspective, from a club perspective? How would you do, considering the limitations and the tight funds that the government have, what was something that you would do differently?
Yeah, I think ma'am has already half answered that question when she last spoke. I think sort of indicating towards a private partnership model with the government is possibly a way to go forward, because okay, today FC Goa is there and has a requirement to use the Fatorda Stadium to conduct the ISL matches, right? But historically FC Goa was not present and maybe the ground was not required to be used, or that influx of funds was not coming into the SAG. But SAG, as its responsibility, still has to maintain all of these grounds, right? So essentially, all these big infrastructure projects that exist become white elephants. I think the only way that they can reduce sort of their expenses is if you start working with them to, just an example, right? If we say that, say, FC Goa is going to be using the ground for the next 8 months because of its necessity to conduct ISL matches, FC Goa, if it looks after, say, part of the maintenance and so forth and all that, but that means then that your rental charges are subsidized, or we can even look at a possible revenue sharing opportunity, then I think without hitting either one's pockets too hard, you still ensure that both parties come out in a win-win situation from that transaction, where you're also creating an opportunity where the sport is more accessible to everybody possible, right? I think similar situation with even Dempo as well, right? As Albert sir just mentioned, about them finding difficulty in using a ground. Again, there's an opportunity there to be had where I think there is enough thought processes that can be put together, and I think there is solutions that can be brought across where, without having to take away the responsibilities of the government, which is extreme in terms of the amount of maintenance and the amount of money that has to go into just keeping the place up to scratch, as against not having to sort of, reduce charges significantly. I think there is a fine balance that can be found if the right heads are sitting together and working on it.
Yeah, it's an interesting point that you made. You refer to white elephants. That will be my last question to Dr. Geeta. We've all known that major sporting events, they create infrastructure which hardly gets used. For example, the FIFA World Cup in Qatar 2 years back, they dismantled one stadium because it wasn't necessary. It wasn't going to be used after the World Cup. in Goa also we had the Lusophonia games, I think created good infrastructure, but if I may say, a lot of infrastructure is not being used. I mean, until FC Goa took over Bambolim, I don't think there were many events taking place there. Same for Shama Prasad Mukherjee Stadium in Taligaon. Madam, do you think that these big events like national games, Lusophonia games, they create infrastructure which may not be used after the event, or there's no demand for that later on?
I wouldn't say so. And there shouldn't be any gray area, or not the word unsustainable is a worry. And if we have a very futuristic vision, proper planning, and a sustainable governance and administration in place, and so also if we have the harmonious gel between the agencies or between all who are related to the sports or the sports stakeholder, I think 80% of the problem will be creased out. And these sports stakeholders, they will have the roles and the responsibilities. Now the SAG, we are having the RCCs, then the state sports associations, then the sports club, education's department and the institution, they'll make the best use of these facilities to identify and nurture the young budding sports person. And by organizing the various summer, winter and monsoon camp, also conducting the national, international sports event and giving these facilities to the schools and college sports events, and also continuous organization of taluka, district and state sports competitions. And also the private agency, they will emphasize on conducting national and international sports events. So also the sports exhibition, the sports seminar, summits, conference, beside maintaining and meeting the international standards of facilities what we have and the amenities which has been provided. So for the, I would say the private agencies, if they can work together, they will help in increasing the state sports ecosystem in Goa. And if there is a good gel and coordination between the common stakeholders, here I would say the coaches, state sports associations, clubs, even the private agency, for the productive resonance and for the better outcome. And this gel and the harmonious coordination, it can be seen only after the thorough study and identification of facilities. So organizing the mega events like Lusophonia games or the national games and whatever the infras which are around it, I would say they will always be a boom and blessing for the state if they have been properly utilized. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. We throw the floor open now for questions from the audience. Yes. Last row. Mike.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to highlight on our senior women's team. Here there is one picture where Blanca and Sharon is receiving a trophy. I don't know which year, but after that, I don't think so we have won any senior women's nationals. So I just request you all to look into this matter, because amcha batch gelo, 90s batch gelo, and now there are no result. This is one point. And secondly, Sir Bruno म्हणलेले no, that GFDC should have academies for boys, north and south. I think so. Even for girls, you all should have academies for juniors or under 15.
I think, Madam, this is not the correct. We are talking here about infrastructure, so I think this question should have come in the earlier session. Okay.
Madam, women's, we have very good team. Today we was playing, we lost to Kerala 2-0, but I think we will be qualified for that point basis. And last 2 years, we are tirelessly working for the betterment of the women. And after our efforts, we won under 17 girls after 22 years. This is for your just information, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, sir. I just wanted to know.
Any other questions?
I think what you mentioned, what Bruno had said, I don't think so. Bruno mentioned only about having the boys' academy. He said there should be 2 academies, one should be in north and one should be in the south.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you everyone. Thank you, Mr. Kulaso. Thank you, Ravi. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor.
Panelists, please sit for a little while. May I request Derek Pereira, President of Oz, to kindly present the mementos to our panelists.
Check. Check.
To Mr. Albert Kulaso.
Check. Check. Check.
A memento to Mr. Ravi Pushkar. Dr. Geeta Nagwekar. And Dr. Caetano Fernandez. And to our moderator, Jonathan D'Souza. Thank you, panelists. We shall now have the 8th session on marketing, sponsorship and fan engagement. The moderator is Shri Raul Rodriguez, CEO, Square Out Sports Solution.
Check.
Check.
Check. Check. Check. Check. Test check.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We've come to the end of pretty much the end of the summit. Post this one session on marketing, sponsorships, and fan engagement.
Check.
At the outset, At the outset, I'd like to thank the GFDC and the Goa Football Association for organizing this football summit. And we hope this will be the start of a fresh turn with respect to football in Goa. Today, I'm in very, very illustrious company, and I feel honored to be in the midst of this very illustrious panel. I start with a dear friend, Mr. Yannick Colasso. Yannick has had over 2 decades in sports and media business and was a transformative force in the global sports industry. At Nimbus, he led the first global sponsorship program for the International Cricket Council across multiple World Cups in 2003 and 2007. He orchestrated global media partnerships for the Indian Premier League across major markets, pioneered the first fully homegrown live 35-camera world feed production for the BCCI, and brought international golf and hockey events to India. As managing director of NBA's and part of NBA's international leadership team, Yannick established the organization's largest grassroots program globally through the Junior NBA Institute, reaching over 5 million kids across the country, and set up the first NBA Academy in India, in addition to bringing the first ever NBA game to the country. Now, as the co-founder of FanCode, Yannick leads a direct-to-consumer digital platform serving over 160 million sports enthusiasts. The platform streams more than 20,000 live games annually across 12 different sports and has become a premier destination for official sports merchandise, partnering with global brands like IPL teams, ICC, Barcelona, and McLaren F1. Welcome, Yannick. Could we have a round of applause, please? My next panelist is someone who's been synonymous with football for over a couple of decades. I'd say more synonymous with Bengaluru FC over the last couple of years as CEO of Northeast United FC. And on that note, Mandar, congratulations on your first silverware, winning the Durand Cup earlier this year. But Mr. Mandar Tamane is Vice President at the Pune District Football Association. He was manager of the Indian national team men's under 23 and then went on to be the manager of the senior Indian men's national team. He was CEO of Bengaluru FC, was associated with the club since its inception for 10 long years, and more recently was appointed as CEO of Northeast United FC. Welcome, Mandar. My third panelist is someone I've worked with very closely during my time at FC Goa, Mr. Aditya Datta, who also has 2 decades of experience in the business of sport. Aditya is the founder of Impetus Sport, having previously served as commercial and marketing director at IPL winners Gujarat Titans. He was the chief operating officer and commercial director of FC Goa, and founder CEO at 8848 Sports Ventures. Aditya has the distinction of working with leading sporting bodies like Everton FC, worked with the Indian Premier League, the ICC Cricket World Cup, and the Indian Super League, among others. Welcome, Aditya. Yannick, so I'd like to start with you. And this is a very broad question to begin with. Having grown up in the vicinity of the stadium, you know, we've attended a lot of games growing up. What do you believe is the reason for the landscape of football to have changed in Goa?
So,
Thanks, Rahul, and thanks GFDC for inviting us to talk about this, right? I think from a landscape perspective, obviously, growing up watching football in Goa was an amazing experience, right? I remember in the 90s when there was the I League, the first professional league, there were so many, there were, games where your stadiums were packed, people were really involved in the sport itself. Obviously, people here are much closer to football and understand this better than I do, but I think one of the things that across sport, right, not just football, and across the world, which has changed in the last few years or in the last decade, is that the competing entertainment options have changed a lot, right? So whereas the quality of football or the level of competition may have improved by 10%, 15%, the opposition, what younger audiences have, which they can see across the, what's competing for the attention has increased by 100%, 200%, 300%. And I think that's one of the biggest challenges. It's not just in football in Goa. It's even cricket in some stadiums. It's cricket when India is not playing. It's test cricket, for example. If you look at test cricket, India team playing, stadiums are empty. They used to be packed 20 years ago. So I think for every sport federation, every sports organizer, the challenge is, how do you attract and retain attention in this environment where the world is no longer, the competition that you have in terms of attention is much smaller? And secondly, I think the most important thing is the audience. The audience is completely different. People who've grown up after 2000, attention spans are significantly different. Habits are different. Behaviors are different. So if you really want to build a relationship with those, the way you look at marketing your sport, the way you look at attracting those audiences, and your expectations have to be completely different. So I think just re-looking at the opportunity of how you can actually attach with those consumers is something that you have to look at.
Very interesting points, some of which were touched upon in one of the very early sessions where one of the panelists, Mr. Dempo, spoke of how stadiums used to be empty, but also spoke about, how today with social media, your attention spans are really short. Thank you, Yannick, for that. Mandar, you continue to spend a lot of time in Pune. You've spent a fair bit of time in Bangalore, and now in the Northeast. And I believe in terms of just football cultures, I believe, Northeast would be the closest there is to Goa. And while with, talking of these artificial turfs and, recreational football, there seems to be a fair craze about it. With regards to just fans showing up, you've done a fantastic job, but how would you relate to your short experience at Northeast vis-a-vis football here in Goa currently?
No, I think if you talk about football in India, I think Goa the name comes first, You talk about ISL being hosted during the pandemic. You want to host all 13, 12 clubs in Goa. So that means Goa has the infrastructure to do that. And it's GFA, GFDC, the government, I think everybody is playing an important role to do that. So it's very, as an outsider, I feel Goa is more a football state compared to the other states that I have been, whether it's Maharashtra or Karnataka, or for that matter, even in the Northeast. What similarity, if you could think about, is the talent that is there in terms of the football is concerned, whether it's the Northeast or whether it's in Goa. Some study that I had done before I joined Northeast was around 62% of the players that are playing in Indian club football, whether it's the ISL, I-League, I-League 2, I-League 3, or even down below, 62% of the players coming from the Northeast region, right? So the talent is there. So from that perspective, I think there is a similarity as far as the talent is concerned. When we were working in Karnataka, or when we were working in Maharashtra also, or even I'm pretty sure Ravi also mentioned about hosting matches here in Goa. The difference in Northeast is in Goa we were paying around 9 to 10 lakh of rent for using the stadium. Maharashtra, Mr. Kolaso is also here. When we used to when he was in the AIFF and we were hosting national team matches in the Balewadi Stadium in Pune, the rent was 3 lakhs at that time, which was 2009, 2010. The biggest difference compared to that where I see in the Northeast is Northeast United Football Club uses the Saru Sajai Stadium free of cost. The government is giving us the stadium free. So I think these are the small things which obviously will help a club. I think Ravi touched about it, how it can help clubs. Because at the end of the day, we have to all understand that everybody in Indian football is losing money as far as the clubs are concerned, and that is the most important thing. So how we can get support from various stakeholders or various, government who own the stadia, etc. I think that's where the thing is. So there is a similarity, I would say, as far as Northeast and Goa is concerned. But again, I think Northeast is very, very much more focused on promoting sports to engage the youth in a more better way, because there are other vices where the children tend to go to at a very younger age compared to sort of the mainland country that we live in. So that challenge is different. So the government is taking, I think, more efforts probably to ensure that the youth are engaged in a sport that they love or in a sport that they are better of.
Thank you, Mandar. Yeah, I think the two commonalities with the Northeast is sport and music, that come to mind first. I think points that Mandar made will certainly please Ravi and the GFA with, government offering all support and not charging for the use of the facilities. Getting deeper, Aditya, I'll get to you because you moved from a role, identical roles at FC Goa in the ISL, as commercial director, to the IPL as commercial director of Gujarat Titans. Broadly, what are the challenges faced, by football vis-a-vis cricket and, in this case, ISL, versus the IPL, brands being more willing to take a punt on cricket? Are they more receptive, open to conversations?
Firstly, I would like to thank, GFDC for having me here. I think it's really good to have conversations like this in a forum, and the more we have this, the better we can, try and make football better in Goa. Coming to your question, Rahul, I think, obviously the main keeping big budgets in IPL on the side, which they definitely do have, it's also the product, right? So we need to, see how the product comes together, how each stakeholder, is involved in marketing the product, whether it is the association, federations, marketing the sport itself, making, trying to make it wider, whether it is pan-India or overseas with the diaspora, whether it's the team owners who are looking to, make a community, trying to reach out to the younger community that Yannick mentioned, trying to put out bite-sized content, whether it is broadcasters, putting in marketing money, trying to, highlight these good moments, trying to increase the reach not only in India. I think that, all together coming as a product is very important. So I would say, keeping budgets aside, improvement of the product, and football, is loved by everyone. It's one of the best sports in the world. We've got a population in India watching football globally. Why not in India? Because it's the product. And I think improvement and marketing from all stakeholders towards the product would really help it. And not leaving back sponsors, sponsors, if we can start working with sponsors on getting them to put more marketing money, yes, sponsorship money is required, in the veins, but if over and above that, explain to them why the need of marketing, the product, their sponsorship, their association with the league, with the team, with any of the broadcasters, it's a must for them also to come and make sure that marketing money is put behind it.
Yeah, interesting points. I think it's a case of the chicken and the egg story, because sponsors want to see full stadiums before they can come in and put in money. But to fill full stadiums, there's a lot that goes behind the scenes, which brings me to my next question, Yannick. Now FanCode, over the past 1 year is officially associated with the Goa Football Association. They stream matches live. I know a lot of analytics goes behind, deciding which property to partner with. How did this association come about?
We actually, everything we do, we have hundreds of associations. We have 20,000 live games, and we have this really deep analytics division which looks at direct to consumer, looks at packaging, pricing, and the Goa Football Association is the only one where we make nothing. So it's the reality. We give it free, and that's just because there are some properties we're just trying to invest in and put money behind. With everything that we do in football, we talk about fans and stuff like that. In all sport, and this is not an India thing, this is across the world, there are only 4 reasons why a consumer watches sport. Why does someone become an avid fan? The sport they love, the team, the player, and gaming. Gaming, skin in the game. It's betting in the West, it's gaming in India. These, if you look at football in Goa, the sport everyone loves, right? And cricket in India, everyone loves the sport. Eventually, consumers will watch because of the affinity they have towards the club or the affinity they have towards the player. And I think, for Indian football and for Goan football, I think that's one of the biggest things that today, if you ask anyone across, including a football fan, name 5 Indian football players who they would go to a stadium to watch, it would be very difficult to find. The reality is 15 years ago, you had those brands. So I think investing into actually building associations, building stories around stars, and we see this across, right? It's just from a viewership perspective. We have a partnership with the AFC, where we show the Asian Champions League games. Ronaldo and Al Nassr play, my ratings go up 5 times. Dhoni comes up to bat, even in cricket, ratings go up 3 times. Ben Stokes for England in India, right? For Indian viewers, Ben Stokes playing for England, ratings go up 3 times. Building personalities, building stories around players, and today the same thing which distracts audiences, which is social media, is an opportunity. So creating those stories around it, being able to uplift those players and making them stars is, for me, the most important thing to actually making football or any sport popular. And I think that's the investment that you really have to do. And for us, whenever we show sports and all, right, on FanCode, we are just an amplifier. The product is what the product is. For us, we are able to actually take it, give access to it to users across the country, which they didn't have access to otherwise. So we can only amplify as much, but the actual building of the brand of teams, building of the brands of players, in my opinion, that's the only way you're actually going to increase fan bases, and through that you're going to increase viewership and then sponsorship and then broadcasting fees and everything, and that's really where we have to invest in.
Off the back of that, Yannick, I read a recent interview of yours on Forbes where you've mentioned that, when FanCode was founded in 2019, there was an it was intentional to keep away from the big ticket cricket events and look at other events. Would you be able to cite any examples of, maybe the smaller cricket leagues where the viewership has grown exponentially, resulting in fans, showing up at stadiums? Would you have any example to cite?
So I think we did a couple of experiments, right? I mean, there's a Tamil Nadu Premier League, small event in Tamil Nadu, where each of these teams exactly this. They're tremendously good with social media, very good with content creation, and they're able to pack stadiums up. Another, not as big an example, there was a Pondicherry T10 women's event, under 19 girls playing. Empty stadiums, no viewership, nothing. We got every single girl, there were about 400 girls playing the tournament, to basically broadcast a FanCode stream on their Facebook page. So you had 400 athletes who had, each of them had about 1,000 friends, right? And you essentially got about 3,000 viewers. Now, if you think about that from 0 to 3,000, you think about that exponentially. You get another 1,000 to do it, another 1,000 to do it. I think looking at it at piece by piece in that way and being able to amplify that, that's the only way you can actually grow. And building those stars, right, in those girls who became stars, then they will have the next batch of people who actually want to play. So I think that using social media, using that to be able to create association, it's something that really, really works.
That's great insight. Thank you. Mandar, you've been, you were associated with Bengaluru from inception, and you all came up with, some fantastic initiatives right at the outset that, made Bengaluru FC this club that everyone was looking up at, and, was this refreshing change on the Indian footballing landscape. Take us through some of, the ways you all were able to connect and engage with fans that eventually resulted in the West Block Blues that today are an entity by themselves, the official fan club.
No, I think, again, from a Indian football perspective, and Yannick and Aditya both have worked in cricket also. If you see at the revenue that comes into any sport, it is 80% of the revenue comes from the broadcast and the media rights, whether it's digital or normal satellite sale is concerned. Your sponsorship is the remaining 8-10, then your gate money, merchandise. So in Indian football, when you know that the broadcast revenue is not going to come because it's not been sold, you know that there is a different way of looking at things. And then that's where you start looking at different ways how you can make the club more and more visible. You look at different ways how you can bring fans to the stadium. Obviously, the product, which is the sport, has to be the epicenter of it, and then you have the other tools around it, which could be fan engagement, could be social media, could be sponsors, etc., etc. So every time you try to do something, the focus has to be the sport that you're playing, and then try and build everything around it in a way. You want to ensure that translates into people coming and supporting you. Using social media also is a way. Yannick mentioned about the content. It should be a storytelling way, not a notice board. Normally people tend to use social media as a notice board. It cannot be a notice board. It should be a sort of a storytelling way, where you are trying to give the information, but in a way where people can engage or connect with that. So I think these are a few basic things. If you try and keep it basic, you'll be able to achieve the other things around it. Bengaluru, obviously, obviously, if you want to connect people to the sport, it is important to create local heroes to start off with, national heroes to start off with. He was mentioning again about Ronaldo. If he's playing, there are people. So for Bengaluru at that time, the Ronaldo that we had was Sunil Chhetri. So it was important to bring Sunil into the club, and I think that was the first thing as a club we did, to have him as the face of the club. And then initially 2-3 years was obviously the focus was on building the first team. There was no focus on youth development, grassroots, which I think is the most important thing for Indian football. We try to get a lot of things from European football or the football abroad, but you obviously learn from there, and you should keep on learning. But it is important to understand the reality of Indian football, to try and replicate things there. So which I feel is again the very basic thing. So my opinion, whenever we did at Bengaluru FC, whatever we did was to try and do the basic things correctly, whether it is on the pitch, whether it is off the pitch. Trying to have the right messaging go out for the fans or for whoever is, trying to follow the club. People talk about Bengaluru FC doing something differently. I don't think they did anything differently. I think what we did was we did the basic things correctly. There's a lot more that can be done and will be done going forward also. Just to look at now that I'm not with Bengaluru FC, and you look at a success story which is about a current player who's a player called Vineet Venkatesh, who is currently played the ISL, the first match in his debut, and he scored the goal. I remember in 2014-15, he walked into a BFC soccer school pay and play program. From that, he elevated to the elite sort of a thing where in a soccer school, you're playing 4,000 a month. You're playing and you're playing for 3 days a week. In an elite, you will play 5 days a week by playing 6,000. So that was the elite, and then from there he graduated into the day boarding academy, then the residential academy. So that's a success story. Now, if the local people in Bengaluru relate to a player who's come from right from the grassroots, right to the top of Indian football, then they can relate to it. So there are such stories which by themselves, if the basic things are done correctly and if the foundations are strong, you'll be able to correlate to that. West Block Blues is again a very important aspect because a lot of people in the club, which are still at the club, have taken a lot of efforts to ensure that the fans were engaged in a way. But there's also an other side which I always felt that at Bengaluru FC we did not do well, was obviously if you see the West Block Blue, it is more in sync with how fans in European football are. But did we, and I say we because I was part of it for 10 years, did we try to reach out to the local Kannada speaking fans that are there, whether it's the Coxtown, whether Austin Town, because the players that played for India in the earlier era where Brahmanand sir and Mr. Shabir Ali are here, they will know came from those local pockets of Coxtown and Austin Town. So did we reach out to them? Did we ensure that our communication in social media was always in English? You know, so these are the few things that probably we learn now, and the hindsight could have been done better. So it's about how you engage with the fans, because see, talking about all the things that happen globally is one way to look at things, but are they realistic on an Indian landscape of Indian football is also equally important. And I think doing the basic things properly, I think, is the first step towards it.
Off the back of that, Mandar, you know, I think we all agree here that there's already a big gulf between, you know, the top tier of Indian football, which is the ISL, and the I-League. But here now we are talking more Goa-centric, which is, you know, domestic football within Goa. So clearly, you know, with most of the clubs, barring the few big clubs, marketing budgets become a challenge, and that's where I think it's important, like you mentioned, the local connect, and like Yannick rightly mentioned, the use of social media that can go, you know, a long way in connecting, you know, the clubs to at least the fans initially, to bring them on the to the stadiums. Aditya, would you like to touch upon that, because you know you've seen, you know, the leagues at the very highest level, but how would you then incorporate something at a more domestic level when it comes to domestic football? Because, you know, everything then starts to become a challenge, you know, the marketing budgets and all of that.
One thing's very clear is, you know, as football and ISL or any other football team, creativity is much more because you've got limited budgets. But like Mandar said, and you know also Yannick, I think if you keep the basics right, which is your main assets, which are the players, and how these players can be connected with the fan, because at the end of the day, the fans are to watch them, but how do they feel connected, you know, with them is very important. And that's where these various different forms of, you know, social media or, you know, nowadays there are various different fan tools which help you reach to a larger audience. It's not necessary it's domestic. I think it's more about building the brand and talking about stories. Like Mandar said, it's all about a story. It's all about what you stand for. And this day and age, everyone is looking at, you know, each and every brand very closely and wanting to know what they stand for. Gone are the days where you could fill a funnel and, you know, at the bottom of the funnel you had your people. Now each and every person within that funnel is so different, and they are looking at what you stand for. And therefore I think, you know, social media, fan tools become very important. Amplifiers like fan code become extremely important. Brands become extremely important. Brands become extremely important. Watching a ad from one of Yannick's, you know, sister companies, Dream 11, with the Indian women's cricket team. And it's done so beautifully. You know, it's done, they've got Rohit there, they've got, you know, the women team players, and they're talking about, you know, you follow Indian cricket, but you don't follow Indian women's, right? So then you can't be an Indian cricket fan. So it's I think, like I said, you know, you've got to bring each and every piece, especially, you know, for football. It needs to be, you know, brands, it needs to be the team reaching out and building that community. And making, you know, the players accessible. And also, you know, I feel, you know, federation boards play an important role in actually, you know, helping, you know, push out, because they would have slightly larger budgets than a team. And I don't think everything can be left to do, you know, by a team.
Fantastic. A lot of the panels today touched upon the quality of the product, and that's where I'd like to get Yannick in. Yours, Yannick, is a direct-to-consumer platform. You know, it's an amplifier. Today you reach 160 million users. The best of football is available, you know, at the click of a button, you know, on your platform. Does that become, you know, a boon or a bane, especially when you don't have a marketable football product? You know, does that in a way, you know, now even with the Goa Pro League, which is streamed live on FanCode, does that in a way from someone, you know, instead of braving the sun where the quality of football may not be all that great, he'd rather say, you know what, let me just turn on FanCode and watch the game in the comfort of my home?
So I actually think it's additive, right? I think that I don't think it replaces going to the stadium. You know, everything, I've been in media for like 20 years. Everything we do, whether it's on television in the past and now on digital, it's try and replicate as much of that stadium atmosphere that you can. We do interactive overlays, we're looking at virtual reality, all of this. We're trying to, so we're not telling a user, don't go to a stadium. We're telling a user, listen, that's the best experience. You can't go there, so I'm trying to get as close to that as possible. So it's actually additive. I actually think the biggest challenge when users are watching it on is, again, right, the product. If the product doesn't look good, if the stadiums don't look good, if the stadiums are not full, eventually you can go to any user, get them to keep trying it out, but eventually they will stop watching. The interesting thing for us, right, in FanCode, we're a direct-to-consumer platform. Our monetization focuses subscription directly to consumer. And the reality in sports like football and Formula One and motorsport, advertising, they are terrible sports globally for advertising monetization. Right? Even in the EPL, Sky, no one makes money because there are no breaks. Cricket was made for advertising. Basketball was made for advertising. Formula One, terrible for advertising. So I actually think from a monetization model, what we're building makes more sense, because then we can actually, when we have the, we have the Carabao Cup, which is this English Premier League team club. So we have like passes where users can follow their team. If you're a Manchester United fan, you buy only Manchester United games. Until Manchester United is playing, you can watch their games. So the idea is that unless, and the reality, we did that because you have to try and find monetizable ways outside of advertising and football and motorsport and stuff. So I actually think that platforms in digital will help create better monetization opportunities. And I think giving exposure is the most important thing for any growing sport, whether it's young players, whether it's clubs, whether it's leagues. That exposure is really, really important.
Mandar, I'd like your thoughts on the same point, because in one of the earlier panels, one of the club owners seemed to mention, he said, despite being a club owner, being overseas, I had access to AR and VR, and if I was really asked, I'd rather watch the game there than, get into the stadium. So do you believe that, access to some of the best football content globally, and particularly in Europe, does somewhere impact stadium attendances?
No, I don't think so, because last time what I heard from the numbers that are there for the viewership with regards to Premier League, unfortunately we don't have the La Liga or the Bundesliga. Bundesliga is on Sony, but La Liga is still not televised on any of the major satellite channels. the viewership for Premier League compared to the viewership of the ISL had a better viewership than the Premier League in India. So I don't see that unless and until you have a Manchester derby at a time where an FC Goa and the Northeast is playing, whether that impacts stadium attendance, I personally don't think so. That's my opinion, because I feel the viewership that is there for the Premier League as a whole compared to the ISL as a whole, the ISL has a better viewership in India. It's surprising, but it is a fact. So having said that, I don't feel that should impact. Yes, a cricket match will definitely impact stadium attendance for sure, because we are a cricket crazy country. So I think localization and thinking about India and Indian situations and circumstances, and then trying to align with it or trying to see how you can better it in a way, I think that's the first basic step that we should try to always concentrate on. Or rather, whether it was Bengaluru or whether now it's Northeast, that's always been the idea as to how I can locally see to it that I am able to monetize in whatever way possible, whether it's monetization necessarily not means money wise, but if it has to be the fan engagement, bringing fans to the stadium is concerned, we have to just try and correlate to the local scenario more often than looking at the bigger, larger picture.
It's about eventually customizing to the requirement. I think before I throw the floor open to questions, I'd like to request the panelists for closing remarks. So Aditya, could we start with you just generally on marketing, sponsorships, fan engagement, your thoughts on how this could be catered to domestic football in Goa?
I think, like I said, through the whole thing, it's product. We should really put our minds, to creating a better product. And when I say product, it's a 360 product, whether it's playing conditions, whether it's players, broadcast, sponsorship, how the team markets, and how it actually creates a community. I think that's the thing for me. If you can create a community, then that community will always back you whether you win or lose. And that's the difference between a good team which reaches out to their community, and you can see it in a Chennai Super Kings. You can see it in a RCB. They've never won anything, but the team is backed till the last game, and that's because they've been able to build a community around the.
Thank you, Aditya. Mandar, you'd like to take the same. Customized to go in football from your experience, things that maybe we can do, the smaller clubs in particular can do, to ensure there's greater involvement of, the local community and fans?
I mean, I feel in any landscape, whether it's Goa, Northeast, Karnataka, wherever, I think it has to be a team effort. Nobody can do anything individually. No single ISL club or any small club, big club, whatever you call that, cannot do anything on its own. I think you need a team effort from the government, from the state association, from every other player that is involved in the sport. It has to be a collective effort. Just to give a small example, in Karnataka, the government is not very supportive, but the state association is doing a pretty good job where it comes to the local football is concerned. The other day I had come for the FC Goa match, and I was speaking with Dr. Ketano. He was mentioning about 1400 games that are being played in local football. But the idea is, can we have those 1400 games where even the under 7s, under 9s and under 11s are playing? Probably in Goa it's under 13s onwards that youth football starts. But if we have under 7s, under 9s, under 11s, which Karnataka did, and they ensured that every player there got to play around 35 to 40 games in a year. The result, after 3-4 years of consistently doing that, you have got the sub-junior nationals, which Karnataka won just 3 weeks back. So it's a collective effort by everybody. Now, if you go to the Northeast, there you have the state associations doing their job. You have the government also supporting, and it becomes a responsibility of the clubs also to equally do that. FC Goa, Bengaluru FC, say Mumbai City FC, they are representing a state or a city for that matter. But when it comes to Northeast, we are representing 8 states. then it becomes paramount important for us to engage with the 8 governments, the 8 state associations, the local football bodies there, to try and see how we can, in a different way, effectively engage with that. For example, with the Guwahati Sports Association, which is a very local body, we have started a youth league with them, where at least now it's catering to almost 1,500 kids there, getting to play. It's the second year that the GSA will do the kids league. We started with the Guwahati Premier League for the senior boys, which wasn't there before. There was a competition called Bardolai Trophy, which is a very famous trophy in Assam, which was even probably before I was born, it was there. We spoke with GSA, Guwahati Sports Association, how can we revamp that, not just to make a tournament for teams from the Northeast or professional clubs from India, but how can we do that for the local clubs in Assam? What we did was suggested, it's just been announced, you divide the state into different clusters. You have 3 districts, so the traveling is less. You play local clubs are there, senior level this is. You make this tournament cluster wise. Whoever are the top 3, top 4 get prize money supported by the government of Assam, not by the football association. From there, top 3 teams from each cluster come to a central venue to play the next knockout round. Even they get for participation, they get say 1 lakh each. So there's a kind of a structure where you're trying to empower the club also to earn some money through this, plus get an exposure for the players, because at the end of the day, a state association wants its players to be seen at the highest level, whether it's at youth football, women's football, or senior football. So how can we create such type of ecosystem? These are the basic things, but this needs to be done. It's very easy to speak all these things, but it takes a lot of effort from everybody involved to do that. No single club can do it, no single state association can do it, and no single government can do it. It has to be a collective effort. And if any region has to do well sporting wise, then it requires a constant effort from everybody involved. I did not know this, but Meghalaya Football Association has constructed 12 artificial turfs funded by the government, and they've got 12 more in the pipeline at different districts, which are small villages. The infrastructure is ready. 12 artificial pitches are ready. The Meghalaya government has supported Northeast United Football Club with 15 acres of land. It is given to us to start our residential academy. So if you don't have sponsors and corporates which are there to come and fund you into the sport because of maybe the television viewership not there or the required numbers are not there, then government plays a very, very important role in this. And at Northeast, I've definitely seen different governments are taking very, very active involvement in spending the right kind of money for infrastructure, for creating competition, and obviously then you need coaches also to train those people. So it's about infrastructure, it's about competition, and it's about coaches. So if these 3 things done collectively by everybody involved, I think things will start moving forward.
Thanks, Mandar. So the message is collective effort that really could help the GFDC and GFA go a long way. Yannick, closing remarks from you.
Yeah, we've covered a lot here. I just think that football as a sport is under-indexed immensely in this country. I think it's under-indexed and it's under-monetized. And I think the main reason of it is that there is no driver in terms of being able to actually, the passion for the sport is there. Converting that into actual passion at grassroots, whether it's community, is something that's not been done enough. And I think Goa can actually play a significant role in that, right? Whether you start building communities from an Aldana football club or from a football club in Benauli or in Salset or whatever it is, right? Being able to do that from a community perspective, both in Goa as well as developing players, I think that's a significant opportunity. I know that we say that sponsorship and broadcast money is not great in football. I actually think it's undersold. And I think it's undersold given directly linked to the passion that the sport has compared to a passion of a sport like Kabaddi, which makes 5 times the revenues of football, which shocks me all the time. Like as you said, the EPL viewership also is low. So I think that's the big opportunity. And I think that Goa can play a significant role in that because there's so much. The sport is already sorted. Everyone's passionate about football. How do you get them passionate about local clubs, local players, and then how do you then start finding ways to monetize that?
Thanks, Yannick. Great insights. And I failed to mention that football certainly runs in the DNA of the Colassos, with Yannick's father being one of the finest administrators of football over the years, Mr. Albert Colasso, and the brainchild behind this event today. I'll now throw the floor open for questions.
Hi. My question would be to Yannick, because I think you made a pertinent point at the very end in terms of when you mentioned the Kabaddi revenues being what they are. Again, we know that Kabaddi went from the dust grounds, brought into an indoor stadium, maybe about 2,200, 2,500 seater indoor, and created that atmosphere. Now, I just want to understand, one, are we, in terms of football in India, are we a very fickle, opportunistic audience? Because in 2014, when the ISL began and all the big names came in the market, that same stadium stadiums across the country were packed. And Mr. Dempo also mentioned that in the first half in the morning session, the audiences dwindled. I know that there are some club rep in branding Fatauda Stadium. Rahul, maybe you were part of it as well. You know about that exercise, but it didn't yield any efforts. So in this day and age where you rightly mentioned there are so many other consumption avenues easily available on the digital media and the devices for us, should we then look at shorter, innovative formats within Goa with local media for the audience to get back into it? Because if I invest money in 11v11 football in Goa, irrespective of the timings, the fact of the matter is during a weekday it's going to be challenging. During a weekend, I've got the EPL, which is a direct competitor for me for my matches. I'm an Arsenal Football Club supporter. I'm not going to quit Arsenal to watch whoever else is playing at that moment, right? So where do we go from here? How do you actually work on the product, even if the government gives you that support we've spoken of, infrastructure, etc., everything of that sort?
Yeah, so I think you hit the nail on the head. You talked about packed stadiums in ISL when you had celebrity players. The reality is don't have, celebrity players don't have to be bought all the time. They can be made. I mean, you had Bruno Coutinho earlier who was talking about, he was a celebrity in his own right. And today's social media world, I mean, he had long hair, he was stylish, he was, very flamboyant on the pitch. He could have probably been a superstar. And that's really, you're absolutely right. People come, especially young audiences, come for stars. It is the job of every single, and I don't know whether the incentives are right because players keep shifting. I don't know whether that's an issue, right? But it is a job, the best way to attract people to stadiums is superstars. So you can either buy them or you can create them. But I think creating of superstars, Indian superstars, Goan superstars, I think that is a really, really big opportunity to be able to start getting, engagement back into football in India.
Any more questions? Well, thank you very much. Thanks, Yannick. Thanks, Aditya. Thank you, Mandar, for joining us and sharing your valuable insights.
Panelists, please be seated. Just for a short while. Thank you, Rahul, and the panelists for your valuable insights. May I request Dr. Caetano Fernandez, President of GFA, to present mementos to the panelists. To Mr. Mandar Tamane, to Shri Aditya Datta, and to Mr. Yannick Colasso, our moderator, Rahul Rodrigues. Sorry. May I request Dr. Caetano to please, to please say thank you to all of us.
Thank you for participation and giving your time for this our GFDC Football Summit. I thank each and everyone to be a part of this function. See you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow we shall meet at 10 o'clock in the morning, that is